Oh, whoops! I forgot to. There's a couple of things there. There we go. It's gone. Hello. Greetings, mein Companion.
Hello.
I will.
Hi.
How are you?
I had found. I had Starbucks. Just came back.
Starbucks.
Yeah.
I have small headache today, but I will persevere.
You're a headache survivor. Yes, brave, very brave of you.
Yes, I am the bravest girl. Where did my music go? I closed my music on accident! No! Anyway. Hey, battery.
Hello.
Let's see now. I left off on mermaid slang last time.
Oh, you're gonna finish that before you move on to a different thing?
Yes, I should. Or else I'll forget about it.
So, what type of slang are you gonna do? Are you gonna do puns? It's gonna be puns.
No. Well, I mean, sure, yes, but also no.
I feel like you could make that sentence "hate to burst your bubble" above better, but if you made it glub at the end. Noise. Hello, Saitanda. This storm side of me, as well as you don't save it. You know, ride can mean two very different things in this context.
Huh?
Ride can mean two very different things in this context.
I mean, similar result.
I know. Leviathan and mermaids, it's coded to exist somehow. Fish puns, constant fish puns.
might need to do sayings.
Screw trying to ride the bull, Leviathan on the way.
Exactly.
The best slang to be used is innuendo. Thank you, better. Oh my god. I might just have a need for a sec. It's a fun gift that I decided to put in for the merch slang section because you gotta have a little bit of brevity. It's kind of funny. Right? It's kind of Phineas and Ferbish, actually. SpongeBob has like bipedal fish. You know, like the heads are like more like this as opposed to this. If you see the quarter, it says Screen Junkies. That's a skit and review films YouTuber that used to make a lot of videos back in the day. So that's not from a TV show at all. That's probably
What bothers me more about this image? Arms here. Boobs here. They got boobs on their belly.
Yeah, I found it. It's a Screen Junkies video.
Legs are here, but boobs are here. Boobs? Legs. I should have.
Yeah, it's basically they replaced the head with half a fish. And arms.
Maybe they're just hidden pocket coconuts. Maybe. What, James? You're fine. You're welcome. Baking suggestions? What do you mean?
Taking suggestions.
I mean, sure. You got any ideas? Awesome, James. I'm glad. Of course I'm open to suggestions.
She wouldn't be streaming this if she wasn't.
The list? Yeah, of course. Whatever. If you have ideas, you got ideas. Sure.
You can always shoot your shot.
Worst I'll say is no. We'll give an explanation on theming. Hey, you can call me Uni. Hi, Dragon. Lots of people call me Uni, miss you. Sorry, let me close the door real quick. Sorry about that. Gill clog? Oh my god, I love that actually.
I'm not sure if that one exactly works. I love the theming, but the reason why it could have a problem is because of the deep mer. Deeper? You don't know? There's all kinds of mirth. It has a sliding scale. This is the surface ones, aka like built for low pressure and walking around on land. They've got all mer have a transformation, but they're a little bit best at it. They've been doing it forever. And this is the middle mer, people who are mixed with surface and deep mer. You can tell they're getting a little bit more monstrous, a little bit more glowy. Then this is a deep mer, but then it gets a little bit further because deep mer also have a chance of having activated Leviathan blood, which turns into basically this. It can look like virtually anything so long as it's got the same amount of limbs and a long tail. But like the faces can be like something from like cute goof like this to like anything in between. And then true Leviathans don't have the extra limbs. It's just like fins all the way through. They could look like anything from like this to that, depending on like when they were made. First it was like, oh my gosh, Skeleton Lynch and Sachet, oh my gosh, love, yay! And then they got angrier and angrier at humans, and then they got a little bit scarier. But yep. You thought you heard of the gape-mer? I mean, there's probably a gulper eel-mer somewhere. I see! Perfect. Bioluminescent wouldn't be transparent, it'd be very visible. There is a Loch Ness somewhere. Yes, of course! I mean, probably a lot of Loch Nesses would be mistaken for, Leviathan blood. I mean, like, they got the, whole Nessie thing about them. Like, puns are puns, and then puns always count, but, like, you know. A gamer! Yes, exactly, Cross. Feather Trossian.
I still want to make
crabs and other sea life. Yeah, of course. The gill clog thing. I actually haven't heard of that Little Mermaid, but that's cute. Lubbles. That cute battery. slimy is a good thing. Oh, a lot of fish have a mucus source.
Desert mouse.
Land dweller for creatures that live on land but that aren't mer. But I mean, there's a word for mer that do live on land. Yeah, actually, I like dry fin. Sounds like they're driving. They're driving! They don't have a license! Dried for human consumption. Oh my god, that's horrible, Storm. I love it. Suits a deep slash levy mer being blunt and saying those mer are waiting to get eaten by those they try and stay with. Yeah, I love it. Hi, Niels! Hi! How you doing, dude? Look at this document. I'm on slang. And then I can finally move on to the Black Sands folks. But yeah, there's a lot. Yeah. I can get a couple more in and then I'm gonna shift gears.
Yeah.
People buy a lot of stuff for just one stream support. Yeah. I mean, we already know the lore, it's just a matter of reorganizing it. Down. Thank you for letting me know. Especially because I can turn it up louder for me. Okie dokie.
Snag is asking if myrrh are rare in your world, or are they common?
Yesn't. They used to be absurdly plentiful, but after some hunting, they became a bit more reclusive and a little bit more uncommon. They do have an entire kingdom's worth of a merfolk, so they are, what I would call it is, more common than you would expect, because you have probably passed by a mer without even knowing on land. And they are more likely to avoid you at sea. So it's not likely that many will have actually seen or met or spoke to a mermaid, especially if they have a shorter lifespan. But they have entire civilizations worth of people to, like, build and work with. It's really neat. They just have a reason to avoid people. I realize I don't have my tracking on the right setting. One moment, so I'm gonna be sliding forward as I expected. Let me slide myself this way. Much better.
Slide to the right.
Slide to the right. Slide to the left. Thank you for the sub! And it's a first time too! Welcome, welcome! I appreciate you. I enjoyed talking to you today.
Hi, Shock.
Hello, Shock! Okay, I need a new guy. I need Tab. Ow. I'm being a little bit picky about how big I am. Yeah. I did. Yes, you made Parisian Aurum in your like figure thing. I saw it was really cute.
She. Fuck. I thought I said she.
I thought I said she.
Did I know? I did say she. I wasn't correcting you.
Oh, I thought you were correcting me, and my brain went into panic mode. I was like, oh shit, not again.
No.
I hate misgendering people on accident. It makes me so sad.
Hero Forge. If you ever seen Hero Forge State of, it's the one where you can make like custom little figurines. They have like a character creator.
Anywho, here we go again.
Yeah, it'll be fun, Christy, when you're done with the C area, if you put like a poll for the next area you write out.
No. I mean, maybe.
Yeah.
I guess I could, but it's smarter for me to chase the one that I want to write in that moment, or else I won't finish it. And I guess I could do that for things I'm a little bit more, like, neutral on. Ooh, nice, Jock. I'm happy to hear it.
Yeah, when I first did it, I couldn't make Orem because they only have like cow parts for like things.
That's rough. That's not fun.
Yeah, when I talked to Shock about it, she looked at it and she saw that it had a snout. So I was like, oh, they actually have a pig snout now. So people sleep on pig orcs. I'm just saying.
Oh, of course they do. It's a tragedy, but yeah.
It's so funny to me that
What?
the races that the same inspirations that inspired D&D, like Lord of the Rings and other fantasy things, inspired other people, and they came to wildly different conclusions. Because pig orcs and like dog kobolds are as old or nearly as old as like the Western interpretation, being like the green skin with the tusks or the tiny lizard people. I love the Dungeon Meshi orcs. Chuck.
Dungeon Meshi orcs are great.
I watched
Pinterest, come to me. I must mood board.
I watched Dungeon Meshi with Christy for the first time. When we were both watching for the first time, and when the orc came out, both our eyes like went wide. Christy is concentrating.
Huh? Oh, yeah. I'm, trying to find images.
I don't know how to say your name. Nielsen?
Niels.
Niels. Hello, my name is Wolf. I am the other. They're asking who I was. Crispy, concentrate. Yeah, I know. Hello. Thank you, Chuck. Roleplay. I hang out with Christy. I very rarely stream sometimes.
One of my besties.
Neil's by her friends. I don't think she particularly cares if strangers call her Christy, unless you do, Christy.
Niels isn't a stranger, so I'm okay with you calling me Christy. E?
Chris Pie. Thank you, Sai.
Crispy.
Me and Chalk said Chris Pie, and people are debating now.
Oh god. Chrissy P. Oh god. I was once called Captain Crunch because there was someone who had the same name as me and they couldn't figure out a different way to call me. You don't remember that?
Captain.
I thought I told you. Captain!
Why Captain Crunch is my question.
They just struggled. They were like, Chrissy, Chrissy, Christy, Chris P, Sea Dog, Hey Dog, Captain Crunch, and then people just burst out laughing.
Yeah. Hey, yo, it's your girl, Chris P, dropping the beats with it. Like,
God damn it! Alright.
now you know when Chrissy's really concentrating when she changes the music to be phonetic.
Well, I haven't even had to do that yet, but that's just because these guys are so fun that they kind of, like, fun music works for them. These guys are crazy. Thrill seekers. It was like inspired by Treasure Planet, but with sand. It's like Treasure Planet with sand and like pirates and Egyptians all meshed together in this one beautiful package.
I can't wait for when one of the groups is like by a cliff and they have to jump, and then someone from this place just types in the message, "Do a flip." That is, I don't even know what to say to that, Blood.
Better than me, my first name was so common in your family that your family called you by your middle name. You didn't know your actual first name until you went to school? Oh my god, dude! I'm sorry.
That's really sweet, straight up.
Tiger Cat, thank you so much! Yeah, of course that's okay to say. I'm really flattered. Thank you and welcome. Thank you for the first time chat. Hope you enjoy your stay here.
Oh god, no! What manner of monstrosity is this? I was looking up sand shark and I have to incorporate him somehow. I don't know how. Maybe just a fucking like secret image somewhere.
Just put black sand and mer friendships.
Is that a god? Fucking shark design is literally used in the humanization scale model for a shark that goes from normal shark to Ellen Joe from Zenless Zone Zero. That shark is specifically is level 2, right behind Jeff. The shark drives you manic. I love that. I'm sorry for you, but also I love that.
What? Jeff's the shark's on the furry scale?
Apparently.
Would that be a scaly scale? Are sharks scaly or fishy? Because they have shark scales.
They don't have scales. Normal sharks don't. They're mammals. Blahaj. I wonder why my tracking is like thinking I'm doing this. Hold on. Let me look at it. I gotta turn that way down. That's a lot better. There we go. Now it's actually seeing me. I have to do an adjustment though, so that it knows that like this is my front orientation. There we go. Much better. Okay, awesome. Alright. I need it. Where's the music? I need desert level stat.
Look up Sonic desert music.
Oh, that's only like 2 songs. I can't do that. Oh, Sonic Desert Music compilation. Perfect. Let's go. This might not work. Hold on. Video game Egyptian music. Let's do this. Let's try desert. Relaxing video game music. Desert select video game music. Okay, this might work.
Shark with herbivore
hell
thief
yeah!
would be.
Let's go! Song is no longer doing it. Oh, hell yeah. Okay, this one will do it. Need to deep dive, you're hyperfixating. What the fuck am I supposed to look like? Like my full, model? Won't stick. Might actually be a little bit loud for you guys. Alright. So, for those of you who don't know, I am Miss Universe, the embodiment of the universe. Currently, I do not have a proper VTubing model, but I am currently making use of one of my many roleplay characters models, whom is a bug girl, because I love monsters. And like, look at this design. I mean, come on, right? Right? Like, ain't that neat? Ain't that cool? I'm a little bit leaned over because I'm sitting in a chair, but hey, hi, wow, it's me. I'm just lurking on your screen, slapping your sharks. Alright. As for what I am doing, I am currently writing the lore for my entire world, so that I can actually get my no dice tabletop game going. Is she from a roleplay? Yeah, she is from Ascension Academy, Venus Aceris. She is a spider girl. She is a spider who can transform into a human and eventually figured out how to transform into this. A blend of both. I gave it a little bit of a me flair for the purpose of this VTubing thing. So it's a little bit more, you know, universal, cosmic. My colors. It was originally a Twitter post that Monty shared? Wait, hold on. Oh my god! I love that fucking shark!
Spider Riders of Rowan. Oh, I thought they were making a pun. Negative. I'm so trying to figure out the pun.
Mm-hmm. This watery and concentrated being, I'm the universe. Simple as. You all live inside of me. And within me. Take that however you will. Whether I'm your mother or your mommy is for you to decide.
I know no one's going to understand this, but I finally got a good Hulk that throws Wolverine correctly. And it's so nice.
Oop. My music paused. Oh, okay, it's fine. What's going on here?
Yeah, that's what it says. It's like.
Mother or mommy doesn't leave a whole lot of choice. I mean, you're free to define me as something else. I'm just enjoying myself.
Yeah, Shuck. Which game is this song for, Christy?
Let the speed mend it from Sonic and the Secret of their Wings.
Wow, they called it.
Oh, I crop this. interesting. Let's see now.
Mega, this is why Sega would print money if they made a phone game for the Shadow Garden.
I know, right?
They would print money.
I know, I'm so fucking frustrated. Just make us fucking Shadow Garden game, finally. I don't care what medium it's on. I'd be happiest if it was PC, but even a fucking mobile game where I have to walk to raise my chow, I'd be fine with something. So long as it's not gacha, I would be very upset. But they might not even have a chance to do that anymore anyway, because of the new EU thing.
Well, they can. They just have to charge like direct money instead of doing the weird currency thing.
No, because you can only, part of the thing is that you can't, it's not just the currency thing, it's also like you have to, guarantee the result for what they buy for. So like gacha's like dead. And I'm glad for it because fuck gacha. Yep, I don't want people to do gambling. Right? I love this song too.
This is how Overwatch got around it. It's just by bringing back loot boxes, but they're free. They're just rewards for doing other things. You can't directly buy them.
I mean, not even just age restricted. It just shouldn't be a thing. No dice. Forever. Whoops.
Oh, I'm sorry, Storm. You'll be there when you come back. Tiger is asking how tabletop without dice will work. If it's not spoiling anything.
So, from before D&D, we have always been doing this same game. Dice is a much more recent invention in the grand scheme of role-playing. Tabletop, theater of the mind, storytelling has always been here. And I am using a keyword system. So simply, if you are, say, a lumberjack, and cutting wood is what you are good at, all you have to do is tell me that you're going to do something relevant to your keyword. I am a lumberjack, so I would be able to tear down this barricade, no issue. And I would say, of course you can. But of course you have negative keywords too, so let's say you're clumsy. You cut right through the barricade in horrendous splinters. The wood creaks, moans, and breaks beneath your simple throw of an axe. But then you see your axe bounce off of the wood. Yes, you had done your task. Yes, you had broken the barricade, but your axe goes flying. Who does it hit? And that's how. You just have to trust in the players and the DM, and you give them choices. Simple. Oh, yes, it is fun. Of course. Of course it is. We've been doing this for forever. We just found millions of different ways to play the game of make-believe. Who has the unlucky keyword? I actually have an NPC who does. He's already named, too. Is it taking some parts from Dungeon World-esque? Dungeon mastering-wise? Talking about systems, not creators? I'm not quite sure what you mean. Meaning, like, will there be dungeons? Because, yes, the campaign will take place inside of a mega dungeon that will be evolving and changing and is even alive. You can speak to the dungeon if you wish. Her name is Dun Chan. Yes, you can seduce the dungeon. They are sapient. They are aware. Getting the dungeon on your side might be a good idea. How you intend to do that, however, is entirely up to you. If you even want to indulge it, maybe you piss off the dungeon on purpose for having the audacity of keeping you within it.
Gonna speak dirty to those bricks.
When the walls are made of cheese, you might reconsider. Teratophobia. I'm sorry, not teratophobia, that's hyrophobia. Offer the dungeon some cookies. It doesn't quite have a mouth. Unless she do.
Does the dungeon have a concept of gender?
Of course they do.
Are there male dungeons?
Not that she's aware of.
Yeah,
Not many dungeons talk, but she does.
Yeah, should have. The Vigil Story server is up all the time.
Yep, it's 24 hours.
And considering how many people are fucking no-lifing it, like cough, look at ear shock, people are on most of the time.
There's a Dun-san. I mean, maybe. It's not like Storm SMP with the one with the week break. Nope, it's just ongoing forever. We paid for the days, we might as well keep it going.
Not the same. Not the same Groomba. I'm looking at the system that uses a 2d6 system. This is no dice, meaning there are no rolling.
Mm-hmm. No dice at all.
It is cool though. I actually like it. I want to look into that system. It's more narrative focused, just more RP focused. Kind of like Vampire the Masquerade in groups. So Dungeon World. They're talking about Dungeon World and saying if it was similar to that. And I was looking into it and I was saying no. Well, it is similar, but not like exact. Oh my god.
Hmm?
Did you see the shark to furry scale that they were talking about with Jeff the Shark and everything?
Yeah, I reacted to it earlier.
I didn't know they posted it. I saw it now.
What are even the effects? What even affects the growth of Dun-chan/San? Like the more that's built on, the bigger they get as a person? That's a very good question. I won't answer it yet.
What are you talking about, Shidosh? Dungeousy.
Dungeousy.
Oh, no, I did not say that. That's kind of a fuck thing to say if I said that. Wait, could there be a cult of like people who are into the dungeon?
What?
Someone said the cult of dungeon seducing.
Of course you can. You guys can make whatever characters you want. I mean, within the like rules and limits of the world. If there is an entire like down bad like cult that is like multi like continental, sure, why not?
I would pay money to be a fly on the room when you run your game with like Silent and everyone, and you have to bring up the dungeon seducing cult.
Well, their game's a little bit in the past.
They see the beginnings. They see the embers.
I can say this much. Dun-chan won't be known of as an existing being until campaigns start. Domino, thank you for the 10! That'll help run the server as well. Also, just thank you. It'll help me out. I appreciate you. Thank you. They hear the rumors? Oh, God. Have a luck-based mechanic. It's just a deck of cards. That's it. I mean... But that's just dice all over again.
That's just dice.
No gamba. None. And if you want to have a character that has cards and you just tell me what you pull up, or I tell you what you pull up based upon what keywords you have, like maybe you have a keyword that's always pulls aces.
What if it was an Uno deck?
An Uno deck? Keyword Uno. Keyword Uno reverse.
I pulled a reverse card. I undo every effect you throw at me.
Keyword Pot of Greed.
I drew a draw 4. I get to pick the next color.
You know, the best part is about this is like my players, like the people that I will be directly speaking to outside of like the chat context, do have the option of being able to create some, like each one gets to make their own keyword within certain limitations, like maybe it requires 2 words to be legal, things of that sort. So like theoretically, Yu-Gi-Oh deck is a viable keyword. And it would work in universe because this is a world that had people isekai'd into it before. So Yu-Gi-Oh and a lot of weird slang and other shit does exist, and they're
Pokemon.
Weird. Like there is an entire place called the Underground, which is just the underground that got severely changed because of the ramifications of bringing in an MP3 player from our world. So bear in mind, with the time of when the campaign that I was running for my my players, the Forged 4, and they were listening to like Bard iterations and remixes of Evanescence and Linkin Park. And the fucking MP3 player empowers the entire city. It's a party that lasts all night and day. It just keeps going. The Underdark just became a fucking giant party place.
Someone said Pokemon, by the way.
Pokemon? I mean...
That's a keyword.
Pokemon as a keyword? That's kind of funny.
I throw this ball at someone. What are you doing? I'm using my keyword of Pokemon. I'm capturing them.
Oh my god. Theoretically possible.
The giant monster throws an axe at you. You're about to go down. What do? I use my keyword of Pokemon. Instead of dying, I faint. What is keyword crab? But is it crab in quotations or just crab?
I feel like the quotations make it stronger.
In quote crab.
Just see someone doing like the spy crab move. Just walking around. You're not allowed to kill a spy crab, you know. Of course there's wolf folk.
And
of course there's constructs. Are you kidding me? What kind of... There's bubbles! Bubble magic! Of course there's constructs!
Sentient construct bubbles.
Oh my god. I mean, technically speaking, that is possible.
Bubble buddy. The Woo Man. Keyword cringe.
That's actually a really powerful one.
There's a word for throwing someone out the window. I wonder if you use that as a keyword. Keyword autism.
Oh my god. Actually the most powerful word, because you can just decide your hyperfixation. You become the biggest expert of doing this one fucking thing.
Keyword
it's neither a positive or negative keyword, actually. That's kind of great. Because I'd be like, you used your autism keyword. You have hyperfixated and created the best defense possible. However, it's time for the meltdown!
You've forgotten to eat.
You've forgotten to eat, sleep, and even breathe a little bit. It's panic attack time. Keyword ADHD. Keyword dissociation.
Keyword dissociation. I used the keyword of disassociation to exit this cringe conversation. Storm. That has so many so many uses. Keyword writer. Write anything.
Oh. Dungeon?
Dungeon? That's a good point, Chuck. Keyword disassociated travel to an astral plane mid-conversation. Keyword trans rights.
Let's go.
God damn it, Shark. Use that keyword to make me always right because I am trans.
Fuck. Do I want to write this like someone is telling a story Or do I want to write this in the most clear and legible way possible? Maybe I do a bit of both. A bit of both. Keyword brainworms? Oh god. It's a thing of, will people find it confusing possibly? Yeah, I'm trying to make things clear for like people like this. The purpose of these is to make sure that people fully understand like the context of the lore, the full extent of it, as well as the vibe. The vibe is important.
Christy.
What?
The actor that played Springtrap in the FNAF movie is doing the voice lines for Dead by Daylight.
Fantastic. Shaggy once again strikes. Keyword mold? Oh yeah. I mean, you can make like cheese curds, mushrooms.
I want to use my
decay
keyword
things, like break down wood.
Keyword decay is very strong.
Yeah. Especially if you know anything about physics.
Keyword entropy.
Oh god. Does the keyword have to be the English version, or could you use a Latin version for a more broad language?
So here's the problem.
Maybe.
When you do that. Here's the problem when you do that, because there are languages that add prefixes and suffixes to be more specific, and they're technically single words, which means that you can make entire sentences out of a single word. So if you allow that, it creates a situation where they can just make an entire sentence and have that be their keyword.
I mean, sentences can be keywords. But it's better that I know what... So here's the thing. You have to make sure that I understand what the fuck you're saying. So if I don't understand what you are saying, it won't work. That said, if someone explained to me the word and I was able to research it and like look into it in advance, then yeah, go ahead. And worst case scenario, this is one of my favorite things. If I fuck up, and I will fuck up on purpose, the wizard can make literal patch notes. And it will be a part of the daily announcements.
Remove the ability for babies to burp explosions.
It's going to be Sims patch notes.
Literally, yes. And then eventually it'll get to the thing that actually affects them, and then every once in a while it'll be like,
removed Herobrine.
Someone asked for like a super long keyword. It's kind of busted next the next day.
Supercalifragilisticexpialidocious.
Next day, I'm sorry, sir. You have been patched noted. You've been nerfed.
Get nerfed, nerd.
keyword
Explosion.
keyword Leroy Jenkins, aka the
Actually,
the word that gets everyone dead for rushing in.
Unironically, Storm, Scribblenauts is probably the closest you can get to this.
To like it just making whatever you want real.
Yeah. So, have you ever played Scribblenauts?
Yes, I know exactly where this is going.
It's the keywords. It's you create. You can make anything that you have the word for.
Yep. It's pretty similar, actually. The only difference is that this is a little bit deeper because even connotative definitions count.
I'm sorry, sir. Your life has been patched.
Keyword cowabunga. Keyword admin privileges. Oh my god. The good news is that I can decline a keyword if I so choose. Or if I think the wizard will realize what's going on, because sometimes I'm like I said, I'm gonna make mistakes on purpose so that people will have absurdly OP shit if they figure it out. Keyword nuh-uh.
Can I have a keyword of Dave, and that just allows me to summon a guy named Dave?
Whatever, Dave. I mean, why is it only one guy named Dave? It's Dave.
Dave. It's every guy named Dave. I can just it's you know what it is. I summon the guy named Dave, and he knows how to fix the problem I'm doing because it's the Dave that knows how to fix that problem.
State Farm, the keyword.
State Farm.
Yeah, keywords can be whole sentences.
Meat. Keyword of meat. Thank you, Shark.
Yep. The less specific a keyword is, the stronger it is in terms of, like, how much you can do with it. But if a keyword is specific, it might make it stronger than a single keyword. Like, for instance, keyword fast versus I'm fast as fuck boy. I'm fast as fuck boy would probably be faster. There's also fast, faster, fastest. Or things like human or peak of mankind, for instance. The design is very human.
You just change people's races. You have a keyword of human.
No. That is a
Clap,
self
you're human.
keyword.
Oh. I can make. They were never human to begin with. There was some weird race. They just got the keyword of human and became human.
That would be crazy.
Yeah.
Keyword my mom. Keyword puppeteer turns target into puppeteer or caster into puppeteer. Perhaps. Keyword projecting.
Projecting.
That would be a fun one to play with, because someone's like being like, I'm gonna astral project, and then like at a later time they're gonna be doing an argument and I'm like, you're just projecting. They don't believe you. Keyword key. I mean, that's a pretty good one. Keyword word. You know what's probably my favorite keyword?
Keyword.
No. Thing.
The.
That is actually probably the most powerful one. Like, in terms of just, like, the best one to get. Like, as an enhancer word. Because you can combine your keywords, right? So you can be, like... Sure, you're the human, or you're a human, or you're the human. You're an orc, or you're the orc.
You're just the dude. You're just
The dude. It's just like
just
your
the guy.
opinion, man.
Keyword the wizard. Wait, if you have wizard and the, you could be keyword the wizard, and suddenly you're the wizard.
Yep.
Which means you control the dungeon.
That's one way you could go about it.
I unbud.
You're the patch notes now. Keyword patch notes.
I'm bid. Technically speaking, both are viable, but I need you to know that I personally despise the spelling of E-O-R-K for orcs.
You prefer orses?
Yes.
You like orse?
Yeah.
Peter, the
I know you
horse
do
is
too.
here.
Keyword hero Brian. What does that even do?
What's this custom tabletop? It's the thing that I'm making for my streamed tabletop sessions. Basically, the whole concept is that there is no dice That's right, a D&D like, but with no dice. We're just doing theater of the mind, narrative storytelling. The only limit are your keywords. The things that you are, and the things that you're not. Such as, for instance, you could be a sailor. That would be your keyword. So you're good at sailing. You know how to ride a boat. You know how to read the stars. Anything that you could think of that a sailor can do, you can. But also, perhaps, maybe you've got dyslexia as a negative keyword. And maybe you read your map wrong sometimes. Or you just see the stars mixed up every once in a while. Things of that sort. But the cool part about it, like the really, really fun part, is that I'm making it a multi-meta narrative experience. So Zoro, yeah, pretty much. I was curious if someone would pick up on it. But basically...
Keyword femboy. Sorry, keep going.
Hello, femboy! Anyway, so basically, what I intend to do is not only are my players playing, but so are all of you. All of you get to submit your character sheets, where you will also get to have a selection of keywords that you can choose from. And you get to influence the story as well. So you are an active participant. You get to roleplay your character in the chat in real time, reacting to the things happening in real time. So you are just as much a part of the story as they are. You are an important part of the story. The story couldn't happen without you. And the horrors of what brings you being beholden to these things. Have you ever wondered what it would be like to watch someone die, but being so far away that you can't do anything about it? Would you want to do anything about it? What does that say about you? But what can you control? What can you send? And what do you choose not to? And when? Things like that. Are there angel type of races? Yesn't. So basically, there are angels under gods, but they're not necessarily good. So, basically, like, holy doesn't necessarily mean good in this universe. It just means that they are deific. They are a divine source. So you can find, like, divine angels under the god of death, or divine angels under the gods of secrets, divine angels under the god of love, the god of nature, cycles, etc., etc. And there are people who have spliced blood of that. So having a connection to a divine source of power is possible. I mean, bear in mind, I did originally run this world in 5e, so I had to account for things like divine soul sorcerers, so someone fucked a divine. It exists! Whether or not you guys get to play one, I haven't decided yet. Because that's kind of important. Like, that's a pretty big role.
I am two things. One, keyword typo is fantastic.
I love that.
Second, hi, Elstone. We were blessed with Elstone.
Oz, hi! How are you doing? Keyword fuck the divine. You can take that in two different ways. I like that.
Keyword atheism. Keyword, huh? Yes, Azdan, you have been acknowledged. Everyone point.
Nice SpongeBob meme.
Not really. I love that meme. Is that it?
Pointing.
Pointing.
Keyword do a barrel.
Also, in the middle of your speech.
Is the divine one single? Many of them are.
Some of them are many.
Yes. Keyword, huh?
Also, you pause in the middle of your speech. It
What?
made me laugh. It made me laugh because you said, "Have you ever wondered what it would be like to watch someone?" And you paused dramatically. But I don't know, my brain just went, "That's really funny." So if you look to ask that question, have you ever wondered what it'd be like to watch someone? It just makes you laugh.
I finished that. Or was the pause so long that it made you laugh?
I didn't know if you were gonna keep going,
Yeah.
so I thought that was the sentence.
Imagine watching someone right now.
Yeah, which is why I was.
Who would do that? Who
Almost like
who would do that?
you're being stared at, chat, by autism.
Have you guys drank? I think some of you gotta refill your water. Hydration's very important. Maybe, don't forget to do your laundry too. That's a clean environment will make you feel a lot better. I assure you. Okay, anyway. Where am I?
Dude, keyword dehydrate.
That's actually pretty good. For like
pretty
food preservation, among other
Yeah,
things.
you can also kill people.
Well, yeah, of course. Most of these keywords could kill someone. I'm not interested
Keyword
in the
hole.
killing. I'm interested in the puzzle resolving.
Keyword invert. Jesus Christ.
Fuck! Oh, Jesus. Keyword suck. Not the suck! It's coming for you. They're gonna curb ya! The echo is important. Keyword cheese.
Keyword echo actually has some very interesting.
Yeah, there's a lot of implications that you can do with that. That's really fun. Keyword moist. Did I beat you, Vissel? Keyword loop. I beat you, Abyss! I beat you! Keyword moist! Keyword moist! Keyword ink. Oh, that one actually has a lot of really fun implications for reasons that you guys don't know yet.
Keyword somatic.
Because that's the nickname of the god of secrets.
Ink?
Ink, yeah.
That fucker? The okay.
Yeah.
Never let
The true one, anyway, not the little itty bitty baby one.
Did I meet the little itty bitty one or the true one? I don't remember.
Who did you see?
I'm talking about Final Fantasy 16.
Oh, you met the itty bitty boy.
Okay, then different person.
Yeah, no, real ink has the Riz.
What if you could use the three words that people use for spells? Vocal, somatic, material?
Perhaps.
Somatic is just like... Actually, good keyword, manipulate.
Oh, yeah.
Not only because like people think of manipulation like vocal and emotional manipulation, but when you pick up an object and use it or turn it in some way, you're manipulating it.
That's horrible, Battery. I love it. Oh, God. Y'all have been distracting me big time. 401k! Oh, keyword control. I don't know why my brain said chaos control before that. but it
you're
did.
a fucking Sonic nerd. That's why.
I can't help it.
Keyword Sonic.
Sonic speed.
Keyword 404. That just summons a helpful person.
That's even funnier because of 404 being in one of the campaigns.
I know.
His character just gets placed wherever you are. Keyword the back rooms. Jingle, 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 jingle. Jingle, jingle, jingle.
One of my favorite memes is to seeing the VTubers react to that and then actually working.
I know it works. That's the funny part. Right, I was writing. Right. I was writing. Okay. Boat.
Potato.
Potato.
Keyword lore.
I feel like
You
pronounce that
fucking
differently.
wish.
No, it's a U-R instead of O-R, so it's lure, like you're luring someone.
Oh, that's funny. I will inform you, the spelling does matter. So, like, for instance,
Keyword.
meat death would not be able to become meat death.
I'm sorry, keyword tech support can text any being for support at said task.
I'm sorry. That was funny. Oh my god. Anyway, I want to talk about this cool little thing just to let you guys know. So this is like this region is all about the same kind of like freedom you get like when you get like your first car and you can go anywhere, but with just like the difference being is like you're also surfing and you can feel the wind in your face and in your hair, and there's also like giant ass fucking monsters, and everything is ruled by how fast you are. Whether or not you pay your tab is determined on if you can outsail the fastest fucking waiter. And also, they have these sails that they fill out as they go on, and basically they are accounting their life on these sails. So it's incredibly important for someone to maintain their sail, and also if there is a sand sailor that dies on their sands, like on their like sand sailing trips, it's considered a point of like extreme honor but extreme foolishness for someone to turn around, go back, and retrieve the sail for one specific purpose. And it's to return it to add it to the grand tapestry. And the grand tapestry is filled with every single sand sailor's sail after they pass. So you will always be remembered. And that neat? Keyword, now this is pod racing. I mean, that's more or less like what's going on. Keyword metapod. Swear to God, I have to make a fucking big keyword emote at this rate. Keyword worm. Worm.
See, the problem with this is that it's such a fun thing to say, like keywords to think of, that it's just people are just going to keep going forever.
Oh, I know, forever, and it's so distracting. I have to physically look. Keyword fuck! I have to physically look away, or I will laugh and lose my shit.
Keyword bonk. Eyes has that keyword.
He does.
Ooh, that would be fun for people. If people who have characters try to think of their keywords that make sense for them. If there were characters in the system. Reminder for all, there are positive and negative keywords.
Yep.
Which means that their trauma is keyworded in some capacity.
Yep. Or whatever feelings.
How many keywords does someone get?
I haven't gotten a solidified number, but basically, your race, your background, and your skills are keywords. So you're going to have a good collection of them either way. And I believe I'm also giving the ability to have a, I think that's it for at least the community, but my players will be collecting keywords like rock candy, more or less. But at first, they will only have their race, their background, their skills, and I think I'm letting them create 1 or 2 custom ones. I don't quite remember if it was 1 or 2. I would have to check my notes, but yeah. And even then, they have to be like properly, what's it called? I have to look through them to make sure that they are viable. So I'm not gonna let someone like walk in with like keyword death. Like on first jump. That's not gonna happen.
I think Shock is asking because she wants to make the keywords for her already made characters as like a thought experiment.
Here. So there is more being filled out already, but if you want to just take like a gander at like the rough list, like there's even more than what's in here for the oceans section, for instance, because when I wrote, I remembered more, so I added more. But like, yeah, there's like all of these races. All of these backgrounds. Even more backgrounds. Oh yeah, that's right! Religion is another set. And you get to choose which is your primary god, or if you have multiple, that you follow. Very specific circumstances are you allowed to have 2, and that's only if it's a sect, which will be, something that I'll have to cover when I get to the gods. The gods I'm doing last! Because there's so much shit, dude. I don't wanna write them first. Because there's just so much shit that I have to keep track of.
I'm sorry. I just love that we're trying to talk about something else and people are still going keyword this, keyword that.
IRS. God damn it. I love that. I love you guys. Mediocre is actually a really good one. Like, even as a bad keyword, that's a good one to have. Keyword OSHA.
Keyword OSHA. Wait, can you use acronyms as a keyword?
Question mark? Depends.
Like HOA, Housing Association.
I would probably have it written out in full.
So yeah, you basically have multiple keywords, but you can make it an acronym.
Well,
so like That would show they would have to
It's
use the entire-
not technically multiple because when you have a 3-worded keyword, you have to use it in the exact order that it is represented. Like, you can't mix and match around. The only time that you can, like, mix things is if you have an entirely different word. Like, if you have the and, like, HOA, the full extent of the word, you could be like HOA the or the HOA.
Wait. I'm sorry. Thank you for the
Like, you can have dandy thief or thief dandy, etc. But yeah, there's a lot. And this is not the final list by any stretch of the means. I have so much to cover.
Yeah. Also, I thought of... Should have said it, sans the FBI. I thought of the keyword sans. Like, I know Undertale. Sans is an actual word that means to be without something.
Yep.
And I think that's a very clever word to use. You can make some really cool things.
Making a character would take weeks of thinking of ideas. It won't be so bad. Because, no doubt, there will be a certain race and region that will be intriguing to you. So, when you have, like, that in mind, like, let me just go to the Merfolk keywords real quick. Like, it's split into, like, what type you are. So, like, Surface Mer are only allowed to choose this for, like, from these for, like, their biology. And Deep Mer are only allowed to choose from this with their biology. And if you were being a Middle Mer, then you would have to choose, like, this, and this would take up 2 of your keyword slots. So when you have that in mind, and you're going in with, like, a certain, like, culture or that you like, it's actually going to be pretty easy. Like, it won't take weeks, I don't think, but unless you just like everything and you can't decide, that's different. But, what's it called? But yeah, it'll be pretty streamlined by the time that it's actually over. Because this is a mess. This was me word barfing every single idea onto the page and making sure that I had everything as much as I could in broad strokes written down.
Pause for 1 second.
What?
Battery is still here. I see automaton in the race.
Yeah, automatons in the races. I said there was automatons.
Your hyperfixation can continue.
What does it become, a character instead of a chat character? Basically, I would sign you on to be a mainline player. That's the only difference. And I would have to know you enough and be comfortable enough to do that.
There's a lot of trust in the system.
Yes, it won't work unless I trust the players as much as they trust me. Like, I have to know them enough to know that they won't, like, hurt me, the person, or do something, like, beyond not okay, you know? So, like, only people that I actually know will be in games, barring, like, extreme, like, irregular circumstances.
You know, Battery, I sometimes think about, like, synths that like copper wires, and I wonder whether or not they just would like the taste of blood, because it tastes a bit like copper.
Hmm. Keyword Kirby is way too strong. This is not something that I would answer on stream, Jock. Even if, hypothetically, you're someone that I had in mind, I don't like being asked that during my streams.
I'm so brain rotted with Delta that my brain autofilled Perry the Platypus.
Perry the Platypus!
You're okay, Chuck. I apologize.
It's called laying a boundary. It's fine.
Yeah, laying a boundary is not a bad or
Being able to make an entirely different identity just by putting a hat on your head is actually pretty good.
Clark Kent. Keyword Clark Kent.
Auka. AWCA.
Keyword Waldo.
Oh no!
Waldo.
No! Not Waldo! Has anyone seen like the horror series with Waldo on YouTube? I love it. Keyword WWE.
Keyword Ronda. Oh no. My God, my brain. I keep flipping this too. Fuck.
I'm not saying it's impossible, but that's sort of the same kind of reason why I don't like it when people ask, because I don't want people to get the wrong impression. I don't want people to be disappointed. Keyword Cena. Keyword say his name and he appears. I believe in Joe and Dre.
Keyword Rhea Ripley.
Oh my god.
Chrissy, keyword Murphy's Law. Do you know what Murphy's Law is?
Of course I do. Are you kidding me? That'd be horrible.
Murphy's Law.
Oh, fuck.
That's like an upgraded version of Unlucky.
Do-do-do-do. Do-do-do-do-do-do.
They're still going.
I know. They're never going to stop. It's great. Amazing for chat. What's it called? Interaction. Yeah.
Engagement.
Engagement.
Ooh,
yeah.
Keyword
Maria Carey. Keyword let us have our fun. They got you. Keyword genre is actually kind of fun implication wise, because you could just no. Let's go noir.
Dude, I would fucking love that. Also, keyword trope.
Keyword veto is fun. Keyword Ripley's Believe It or Not.
Keyword actually.
I love that keyword.
Keyword animal. I have to read all the keywords out loud. Thank you.
Objection. I love that. Where was I? Fuck. God damn it. You guys are the most wonderful distractions. I'm so happy to have you in my life.
Keyword distraction. Thank you.
Keyword distraction. Thank you.
Keyword cliche is actually pretty good.
Mm-hmm.
Keyword the script. I think if you just made script, it actually would be better because script has multiple meanings, and you can make some really cool shit with that. I'm gonna have so much fun with this, Christy. I'm gonna break so many words. Activate. Wait, keyword overruled. It implies someone is doing something. Keyword yeet. Thank you, Dragon.
Why am I getting so much trouble trying to find art of someone, like, doing a tapestry thing?
Oh my god, is embroidery?
Yeah.
Just look up artist concept art of someone doing embroidery. Keyword overrule is still good. Should have. Keyword diffusion. It's pretty good. Keyword I don't care how big this room is, I cast fireball. Keyword outlaw is pretty good because you can say that you're a criminal, but also you can outlaw something. I think that keyword is banned, Delta. Keyword dice. It's not actually banned, I don't think, but it'd be very funny if it was. Oven, nuke. Enable. Keyword the world.
Zawarudu!
Keyword single dice. It doesn't do anything special. It's just normal dice that you have. That is a very long. Keyword mitosis is pretty good.
With keywords for magic, how would placement affect the result? Say, for instance, trying to purify alcohol from someone's bloodstream, say, purify alcohol blood on someone.
I don't think you only need purify.
So if you have the single words, you can do a lot of bullshit. Like, purify on its own could do it. But if there was, like, a magical purification, it would be a little bit different. Because purify would be able to do more than just magic shit. It'd be pretty crazy.
It really depends on if the keyword is using the perspective of the person or like a universal truth.
Yeah.
Because if it's using the perspective of a person, someone could erase someone from existence by doing that.
Yeah, like you could do like purifying fire, for instance.
Yeah, you could view someone, if you're that type of person, you could view an entire other person as something not worth existing.
You gotta believe the bullshit, though, or it don't work.
Yeah. Yeah.
Keyword mend crack. But in terms of like how it would work, for instance, oceanic magic is a keyword. It's vague. But we also know what oceanic magic is. It has been defined. It has been shown in the mermaid document. So, if you were to say, tell me, I want to make a bomb out of bubbles, I'd be like, all right, bet you make a bomb out of bubbles. What do you do? What do you do with the bomb you made?
That's really easy to make because of differences in pressure.
Yep.
But, yeah. Believe would be a strong keyword.
Believe
check.
would be one of the strongest keywords possible.
Probably Mega. Believe would probably have some sort of mental effects, brainwashing type thing, if you're employing that onto someone else.
It could do that, or you can make people have more faith in you.
Sure. God, you're such
It could inspire faith.
a homestuck person.
That isn't just a homestuck thing, Wolf! I mean, it is,
know.
but what the fuck?
Oh, I'm
Yeah,
sorry,
I'm a
Chuck. I
homestuck
hope
as
you
well.
can get out soon. I said, I'm sorry, Chuck. I hope you can get out of your home soon.
Alright, I need water.
You also need to write more than 2 words.
I'm getting a picture. Every page is a picture.
Have you not found embroidery? Like someone doing embroidery? You know what's a good character
It's hard.
that did that?
Shockingly.
Merida's mother from Brave. She did the embroidery for both of them.
Ah. Queen Eleanor.
Queen Eleanor Tapestry.
Somehow I round up at Kingdom Hearts. Damn it. I mean, it is a tapestry, but it's not what I'm looking for. Because it's so very obviously not of the region.
Well, yeah. You're looking for like a sand tapestry?
Not necessarily. Something vague enough. The vibe is important. Keyword tapestry, if only.
Keyword vibe.
I would like that keyword.
Keyword rates, you know? That's a good one because there's multiple meanings to rate. It can mean like a set period of like intervals, or it could be like rating something. Oh.
Wow. I looked up cool flag and Pinterest was like, did you mean the Nazi flag? And I'm like, oh, fuck you, actually. Keyword ew. It was like a Nazi flag with like AI generation over it. It was gross. No, thank you.
I wonder if you can report that.
Maybe. Nazis did steal a symbol, that is true.
Yes, they did flip it specifically. But yeah, it's not the exact same symbol. But yeah. Keyword copyright.
That's funny.
Kinda. That is funny.
This one wouldn't do for that specific section, but... I'm gonna need the source for that image. Keyword whale. I just need some Treasure Planet gifts, I think.
Keyword strange.
Keyword manual. Oh my god, how dare you?
due in small part the fact that getting some strange is slang for sex.
Oh my god. That's awful. Hmm. According to all laws of aviation, bees should not be able to fly. Hmm. Hmm.
Hi, Star.
What's going on upstairs? Keyword live.
No, it's keyword live, which means that every time you use that keyword, you start a Twitch stream.
Hi, Butter Golem. You come back to Treasure Planet Gifts, Blessed Life. Yeah, this is the Black Sand area. The land of the Black Sands. Where all sand is ashy colored. And all sand is quicksand. And they have like entire lives just dedicated towards sailing on the sands. Might want a different image. What? I am being called. One moment. Oh, I'm back. Would have been a smart thing to actually name the storm before. I know it. I know what it entails. It's like lightning makes like shards of like obsidian like glass and it like gets in the air. Might be dinner day. Dinner day. No. Sounds too fun. I did have the Storm of Teeth at first, but it feels like I need something else. You know what I mean? The desert's teeth. Storm of Shards, the desert's maw, maybe? Desert's maw. That sounds like a location. Oh, the Hungering Storm. The Hungering Storm. Because it'll eat you alive. I might use that as a flavor text within the description. If you don't mind, Shadow, I like that. Roar of the Desert. Why would you mind? Ooh, Shattering Storm. I kind of like that too. Hungering Storm is more thematic though.
Yawning.
Yawning is too lackadaisical.
I do like the Shattering Storm, to be honest.
Hmm?
I do like the Shattering Storm, to be honest, because of glass and shattering.
Yeah, but there's nothing to shatter. They become
the
glass when it's struck. Shatterstorm.
Shatterstorm's a good name for a spell, I'm gonna be
I
honest.
kind of like that as a spell, yeah.
I need to walk my dog, so I'll be back.
Bye! Bit of a tongue twister. I just feel like it has a deeper meaning than it sounds cool. Yeah, that's fair. I like Hungering Storm anyway, though, because it would eat your sails if you die there. And it'll be really hard, if not next to impossible, to save someone's sails in the process of it. Num num. You belong to the desert now. Thank you. And the sound of metal grinding gears. Eep calls, sleep well, Storm! Thank you, Luca! Fair enough, Storm. It's usually better to keep things at 3 words. With a the. That does sound like a worship name. Yeah, of course. I'm explaining mine. I'm not, like, not holding anything against you. What should the challenge itself be called? Synonyms. I need synonyms.
Hello, I'm Mick.
Hello.
How's the naming going?
Pretty good. And it makes sense that they would make an acronym of ROTU. ROTU. I challenge you to ROTU. Round 2! Oh my god, did I see round 2? Oh fuck! Row 4. I'm actually gonna change this. Slightly. Unrecalled is kind of vaguer. Unremembered is like a very... It's very poignant within English diction. Da, 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 da. I'll be sticking with unremembered, but unrecalled is like a... That's good for someone actually forgetting. Like someone, like, not recalling something, but unremembered is like the forgored. The forgorden. The forgotten.
Gordon?
I'm actually changing it from it being every year to being every week. Because it makes more sense that a place like this, like, vicious, would have a very frequent terrible storm. Or months, maybe?
I feel like month is long enough that they can actually do stuff.
Yeah.
Versus like every week where they're just like, why even leave the shelter?
Yeah. Point? Yeah, that makes sense. I thought that year was too slow because then that means that like everyone's problems are thrown onto the same day, and that's rough. Yeah, a week is too frequent. Every other week is too... It feels weird.
Every fortnight, the storm shatters.
Fortnite.
Fortnite.
Oh god.
It's a different spelling. Like night. Instead of NITE.
14 days. Okay. Very well. Loot Lake and no text, not clickbait. True.
How long does the storm last?
That's a good question. I'll write that down in a moment. I feel like they need a title. Right. Oh yeah, no, goggles is like mandatory. You can't go this fast and not have goggles. This fast with sand, you'll die. That was horrible. Chat room, dehydrate. All of your fluids, they are not mine. Mine. I've absorbed them. Actually, I'll give it back to you. Yours now. I need pictures. Pictures. Glass Kissed? I don't know. I like Kissed, though. Because it's the whole desert acknowledging them, not just the storm. Because the storm is the desert. Vitrified. Doing that little Google.
Hey, forward.
Oh, happy Friday.
Hey there.
What's good, my friends?
I'm working on the campaign you're gonna be in.
Ooh.
I don't feel safe.
I actually had a dream about that the other night.
Yeah.
I don't know, like, it's one of those things where, like, you know how sometimes you can't sleep, you keep falling in and out of sleep, but you're, like, filling in conversations?
Mm-hmm.
And I was having one of those really super awful, awkward sort of conversations in a character voice with myself.
Oh, yes.
So, like, oh, yeah, I already dislike this person. They're gonna be great.
They're not doing glass stuff, so Vitrified doesn't work, but I liked it otherwise. I might... That might be cool, actually.
So what are you looking at for your campaign?
I'm making the lore documents for everyone to make characters with. Nice. Welcome to the Land of the Black Sands, where the entirety of this region is filled with sand that is charcoal black and is entirely quicksand. So they ride around on these sand sails and they record their histories by having every individual person take care of a tapestry where they write their stories in. And it's all just surrounded around being able to ride out here on these sands and just be as free as the wind.
Interesting.
But you have to be fast enough or the desert will take you, and the desert hungers. And it swallows all. I'm trying to figure out a name for the ones that were able to reach the eye of, like, a particularly horrible storm that shoots, like, lightning down and creates black glass shards that just rip through the air. But I'm trying to think of, like, the names of the people who are able to get to the eye of the storm and get back alive. They're supposed to have, like, a sacred name because they get, like, a special power set after doing this. Because the desert views them as worthy at that point. And they're able to walk on sand. Specifically that sand. As well as manipulate it. And I think based on someone else's, like, incidental inspiration, create the same sand shards. I'm trying to think of a name for it.
Oh, geez. I mean, if it's making black obsidian glass,
I don't know why my brain thought betrothed.
you're not forging that. You nap that, so you could make something like, napped by the storm.
What was
to say
the
that
first
they
word?
were actually napped, because you don't actually forge or carve obsidian. You have to nap it. Like if you're napping flint tools, you have to nap obsidian to make sharp tools and glass out of it. So they were actually created and napped and fine-tuned by the storm at that point.
NAPPE?
PPED.
Okay. This is interesting. This specific word.
I'm full of those.
I'm trying to think of like... Because I like napped a lot. I'm trying to figure out a way to incorporate it with like a hyphen of something. What? Did you say that there was something else? Like storm napped?
You could say storm napped, or like, napped by the storm, or...
Because it's the desert that's giving this specifically, not the storm, because the storm is the desert.
The storm is the desert. You know what? I feel like I almost want to... It could be a bit of a pun where they said they have blessed soul, but you spell it S-O-L-E because their feet are able to walk in the sand, but they're thick enough to not be sliced to ribbons by all this obsidian. So they actually have a blessed soul because the soles of their feet are so hardened from the act of what they're doing that they actually can do that.
I like that.
Because it kind of comes from I remember this because there was a documentary I was watching, and it was of this like native people in sort of like semi-arid area in Mexico, and they were asking them what they think the most blessed thing in the world is, and they said to walk barefoot on goat shit. And they said, why is that the most blessed thing in the world? They said, because if we walk barefoot on goat shit, it goes into the ground, and then we have corn, and then we have more corn to eat. So their whole thing was like literally being barefoot in goat shit was they thought was the biggest blessing in the world.
I love that.
So sometimes if you have like the quality that allows you to do the thing, the fact that you have really gnarly calloused feet is actually a good thing here. Oh, I miss doing writing sessions like this where I throw ideas out.
I appreciate you so much.
My own lore doc, just...
This is fun because now I actually have something to like couch it in that isn't going to be completely European based, because I had no idea where the back end of this character was going to be from, but I'm going to figure it out now. This will work.
There's a lot more places than just this. I've only gotten 2 documents worked on so far. The first was the Mer, and this one is... I went from wet to dry in hindsight.
You put your wets in your dries, and then you dry your wets, and then you wet your dries. This is how we do the pasta. Basically, this is a pasta roleplay.
I'm trying to push off the continent of Altoran as much as possible because it's such a fucking mess, because that's where my old players were. And they did so much shit.
I mean, here's the wonderful thing. They can do so much shit, but you can always move the magic peanut butter jar to slightly before or after the timeline.
Oh, it's after. It's a good bit after. But I have to recount what they did in a way that's like whimsical and like historically vague enough, and also just slightly wrong and slightly right, but in wrong and right ways. That's the part that I'm just like dreading, but also excited for. I want to get everything else covered because...
Yeah, then you can get lost in the weeds of it.
It'll take so long.
If you get lost in the weeds, you'll never get anything done.
Yeah, I have to do everything else first. That's why the gods are actually last, and I do Eltorin just before them. God. Oh man, the gods.
I'm gonna have so much fun absolutely committing heresy and defacing the name of every god there.
I mean, there's literally... So, every player has to choose a keyword for, like, what religion they follow, and one of them is having no gods.
I'm going to immediately choose heretic.
I can add heretic on top of it. Because, like, there's one that's just like, I don't do any, but I respect, and there's one that's like, fuck you.
I am here to piss on all your gods and you fools who think they're going to help you.
Some gods do help, but some don't. And it just really depends on what kind of ideology you kind of are following there. Because the gods are very helpful, present. We wouldn't be
stuck in this fucking wizard house.
That is a very fair thing to do, is why aren't the gods doing anything about this? Meanwhile, they're outside like, what's going on in there?
It just you know what? I already know how to respond to this, so I'm not going to spoil it because I know there's people who are going to watch this later. But I already know what I'm going to tell people, how I'm going to immediately break down the person with faith within 30 seconds or less. It's already in my brain. I'm ready.
Oh, it's going to be fun.
It's going to be fun. I feel like
especially
if nothing else,
some of the gods are my old players, by the way.
Dealing with the philosophical discussions of this whole situation will be great.
Oh yeah, no, I'm really excited about it.
Oh.
Well, he's not an atheist, he's just announcing them, I think.
Yeah, it's not that I don't believe in the gods, I just think that all the gods are shitty.
Yeah.
And that you're a fool for going and giving up what makes you great to go and give it to this god. Who's this shill that you're giving your faith and power to so that they can occasionally give you a crumb from their table? I'm sorry, don't you deserve to have your own steak that you toiled to make with your own hands? Why are you giving it away to this god?
Like, atheists, in the term of like how atheists are, would actually die in this universe very quickly. Because a lot of the gods don't take no shit. But some of them like it if you're funny about it. Like, Senec has a lot of good humor. Which is the god of death, by the way.
There's usually the thing where if you're a brazen enough heretic, one of three things happens to you. Depending on where you come from and sort of looking at deific stories. Number one, the gods try to smite you and fail, in which case you're like, haha, you get away with it. Number two, the gods punish you in some comedically amusing manner, where basically it's like, suddenly like, yeah, you're the Pope now. Now all you can do is say shit, but all people will hear when you speak heresy is that you're endorsing us. Like, there'll be some sort of like comeuppance for what you do to force you to like amuse them with your bullshit. Number three, you usually wind up getting turned into something that doesn't have a mouth anymore, that can't communicate. So like, if you're running your mouth too much, we'll make you a squirrel. And all you can do is chatter now, but no one will understand your chatterings when you complain. Or maybe like, you're turned into a horrible tomcat, and like, because your wailing is such caterwauling, you're just going to be the cat that howls in the alley and no one cares about you anymore. Maybe we'll turn you into a bell so you can go and try to ring out with all your bullshit that everyone has to hear it, but all you are now is a bell. That's it. So it's usually one of those things about like, how deeply cursed are you going to be, or if you're doing this enough, are there other gods who are sort of going like, if there's gods of balance or wisdom going like, we do need someone out here kind of doing this, so we don't like him, but he's actually serving our purposes without even knowing it. Because gods don't care if you're the one doing it, but if you're serving a larger purpose, because they're not playing a game at the mortal level. They're playing it at the, hi, I'm so far beyond your level, you're never going to see what you're doing. It's that whole 40k thing of, you may not be worshipping Slaanesh, but if you're doing a joint and getting laid, maybe you're still contributing to Slaanesh's energy in the universe. So the person who speaks ill of all the gods may be bringing balance back to something for certain types of gods out there. Or if there's a god of wisdom going like, yeah, no, this is good diegetic discussion. You should listen to this person's methods. That, or people will just, depending on the culture, think this person's crazy, and we have to respect them because crazy people are kind of blessed by the gods. And you're going, shit, no, it's not the message. So you know what's interesting about black sand beaches?
Mm-hmm.
They're usually highly magnetic.
Yeah. I'm glad you noticed that. That's actually one of the primary inspirations. I didn't want to spoil it, but good job.
I should just shut up because I'm way too good at this shit. I'm sorry.
No. It's okay. Please go on. I'm so happy.
No, because like black sand beaches are usually denser. They're heavier. Mm-hmm. So it's one of those things where, interestingly enough, if there was a change in the composition of it, because typically the three colors of sand you get in beaches are either white, green, or black. If you have a transitionary period, you would actually start to see the black sand sink under the other sands, and you would see like a different sand type. It might actually be, it could be a cool event where it's like, suddenly it's like, oh, there's actually like quartz sand here. Maybe this is like the sacred pool, but it's really just other sand. It's a different color. But you would actually kind of need that other sand to make things like, normal glass out of, because you wouldn't be able to go and melt down black sand to make glass. It would have the same melting point as like, magnetite and obsidian as opposed to just regular sand. It's still thousands of degrees, but you figure at that point, if your entire culture is based on moving in sand, you figured out how to make some kind of like mobile crucible to be able to go and do this, or you're dealing with lightning rods and saying we're building molds in sand, basically sand molds with different types of sand in the sand mold to blast the lightning down into as we're moving along in our like sand sailboat. So there's like a lot of lightning rods. That's how I would do it.
Exactly.
Fuck, I figured it out again. Sorry.
No, that's fine. It's fine. I'm so glad to have you. I'm so happy.
Like, depending on if there's magic, that could actually be, that means that suddenly certain schools of magic become much more viable and much less viable. Because it means that you wouldn't want, if you're suddenly in a place surrounded by highly magnetic, dense black sand, you can't cast things like shock or lightning bolt safely. It's actually worse than casting it by water. Because number one, in the short distance, it would disperse, and number two, it wouldn't travel any distance anymore. Like, the distances would immediately start grounding out and diffusing things. It would be terrible.
Hello, I'm back.
You're missing just how fucking cool 404 is for figuring out my lore. I'm so glad.
Yeah.
Actually, Delta Zero, you know what? Fireball would be an interesting means of actually building temporary stability, depending on if you can make a hot enough fireball. You could essentially, if you had a wide enough piece of obsidian happen, bearing in mind it would be hot as fuck, but you would essentially have like sort of like your temporary iceberg of glass.
Oh yes, you would actually.
Because there would be enough surface tension to hold you up temporarily, but then it would start cracking because it's unstable glass. So it'd be kind of like walking on thin ice.
I wonder if you would be able to, if there would be sand spells in order to like stabilize the silicate, like molecularly enough to like actually walk on it temporarily.
But I think it would probably be something I bet there's probably the equivalent of destabilizing it to allow you to sort of like swim through it.
That would be cool. I feel
like
people would
golden.
be scared to be swallowed by something.
Well, I mean, have you ever seen a golden mole?
Yes.
So something like that, like golden moles, like that'd be cool if like one of the mounts is like, hi, it's the most expensive mount is you get a giant golden mole because it can swim through the sand safely.
God. Also, Christy. My sister was visiting. She walked into my room, saw your model, thought it was cool.
Oh, thank you! Oh. This one got a little bit messed up.
I wonder if like tips of mountains would be like islands in this desert.
Yeah, I figure like at some point bedrock has to come up. Like sand goes down. So it would have to be incredibly dense, hard stone, because the constant wind erosion would kind of destroy most things. I mean, you're basically living in literally a giant sandblaster at that point, right? So like something like basalt, not granite. Basalt would be the most logical because it's the one that erodes the least. It's one of the hardest, like, igneous rocks that is also the oldest rock. It would be interesting if some people were getting sick because, like, highly dense rocks that are not healthy to live around for long periods of time, like types of granite, for example, because they're mildly radioactive as you break them down over long periods of time. So it's like, hey, we carved this house out of like
the locals are fine.
Well, they're fine for a few generations, and then they get a little weird.
Or they're just mildly radioactive on the moment.
Magic.
Magic. Yeah, well, you know, for all we know, they're eating the right type of nuts that are flushing it out of their system. We don't know.
I wonder how old the land is, because like deserts usually indicate some type of depth in terms of the land being older. Like oh my god, the Appalachian Mountains are really fucking old in comparison to other mountains because of how low they are because of erosion.
Because of erosion. Like formerly active volcanoes in the Appalachian are like, they look like hills, but it's actually a volcano when you look at it from like a LiDAR map. I love that.
The what do you call it? The factoid that tells you how old it is that the Appalachian Mountains existed before trees.
Yeah.
So, question for you, Chrissy. What is the relationship between the desert, sand, and the storm? Are they considered the same thing?
They're all the same. The desert's alive. You can consider the desert a god on its own.
I get that, but I was asking, so is the storm like just an expression of it?
So the storm is considered basically the desert's hungering hour. It's actually, I kind of like that, hungering hour.
That's a good. I was actually thinking about that, but I didn't want to. The Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. That's funny.
Basically, the desert has this preordained time where it basically consumes. It needs to survive, more or less. This is just how its myth came to be. So the storm is envisioned as actually, if you look at it from very far away, it looks like a mouth. Like eating in on itself. And all of the glass shards are teeth. So the storm and the sand and the desert are all the same being.
Oh, so it's just like a force. It's just sort of a force of nature at that point that you're like, yes, this is the cost of living here. If you're in the tropical place, you get hurricanes. If you're in the desert, this is what's going to come through at some point. You cannot avoid it.
Yep.
You just have to either learn to survive in it or you don't.
Yep.
So what's interesting about that is that storms, outside of just its magic explanation, storms are usually indicating some type of imbalance in natural forces. That's why storms exist. They actually balance out the weather. That's why between hot and cold places, like hot and cold waters, that's where storms usually develop. So that would indicate like there's some type of imbalance that is happening.
Interestingly, it does there is a natural phenomenon that works for it. If you've ever heard of like the Shaboob winds.
No.
Where
elaborate.
This was an entire, his name was Shaboob or Shahoob, I'm not sure which it was, but essentially it's a periodic windstorm that whips through most of the Middle East and essentially just says, hi, congrats, you're getting sandblasted now. And it was just one of those things. It's a natural phenomenon. So like if you had this sort of incredibly contained desert that is now not white sand, but black sand. So black sand retains heat. Deserts notoriously have very wide temperature fluctuations where they go from like boiling to freezing. But now you have something that is retaining heat and releasing that heat back into this wild temperature fluctuation. That's what might be creating this essentially this storm system that then whips everything into a frenzy at that specific hour. It kind of just works out that way, actually, geologically.
That's fun. I like that.
There's actually...
I just like that there's some fucking nerd probably trying to explain this to the natives, and they're like, fuck you, it's the desert. It just does what it does. You don't need to explain it.
There's always going to be that every single time. There's always, like, scholars trying to explain every single deific event or, like, trying to break it down to, like, the molecular, like, such and such. But both are always true at the same time.
So, question. Actually, question for you. Have you heard of Catatumbo lightning? It's like a Venezuelan town.
Tell me.
No.
So Catatumbo lightning is a specific town in Venezuela where there is perfect conditions for lightning because there's a mountain, there's a river, and there's a sea. And it creates the conditions that lightning occurs. For 140 nights a year, a lightning storm happens.
Which is amazing. Also, Delta, we're not putting science into magic. We're adding just enough verisimilitude to give it a layer of believability as opposed to it's just magic. We're putting enough bullshit. We're putting enough reasonable bullshit in there that it could theoretically happen. Also, Wolf, that's cool as shit.
Yeah, it's I remembered it and I looked it up because I was like, I remember this being a thing. So
Also, it's a haboob. That's what it's called.
It occurs typically for 9 hours per day. Lightning will flash 16 to 40 times per minute.
Now, this is where I get to have some personal experience here because I used to live in the lake effect range of Lake Erie when I went to college. And the town that I was in was called Meadville, Pennsylvania. And it I don't know if it still holds it, but it regularly is in like the top 5, sort of a world record place for least sunny days in a year. Because of the sheer amount of miserable rain and snow it's always getting off of Lake Erie. I've never understood depression so well as until I was in a place that only had like 30-something sunny days in one year in like 1996.
I wonder also, going back to the sand people, I wonder if they specifically can't exist in stability. Like it would be disconcerting to them in the same way that people who just live on boats kind of fucks with them to sleep in a place that isn't.
Oh yeah, like if they suddenly have to walk on a solid floor and they have to like remain still, or yeah, honestly, maybe, and I'm just throwing this out there, maybe the single most blessed place is the place you don't have to do that. So that's like those oddball rock formations or something like, no, this is sacred ground because we know we won't sink here. And suddenly it's like, how much of the world is considered holy because it's stable? Because I'm guessing it's really hard to get out of the damn desert.
Yes.
And once you get to the edge of it, who would want to leave at that point? Because it's too alien. That's outer space at that point. Nothing works the way you know it works.
It's even worse because the ocean and the black sands are similar levels of just butt-fuck crazy to try and cross.
Yeah, especially if there's monsters.
Yeah, there's a lot.
Terrible things happen.
Mm-hmm. There's leviathans in those waters.
Yeah, monsters are a great unequalizer when it comes to shipping in transit.
Yeah.
It's awful hard to say, let's have the big slow-moving heavy thing that's being filled with goodies, and we're putting it in the range of what?
What's interesting about that? I'm sorry, my brain thought of something. So, do you know the first rudimentary battery, Christy?
I'm not certain. Try me.
It's like specifically like a metal rod diffusing into different things. The reason that I'm bringing that up is that lightning is just free energy. So I was just thinking, what if they created a battery?
Honestly, they wouldn't even need to do that because they could have batteries very easily. By virtue of there was these sort of primitive batteries, very primitive batteries from antiquity, where they were using them to do metal enameling, where they would have like essentially the copper rods and like the clay jugs of acid and whatnot.
That's what I was thinking of. Yep, thank you.
So you could do that, but if you have an environment that is nothing but this highly magnetic electricity conducting sand, one of the biggest challenges would be you couldn't have anything flammable around because there'd be so much static electricity. Like you couldn't leave cooking oil out. You couldn't have you'd be very nervous about things that catch fire because the amount of static electricity everywhere.
I wonder how that would affect people to be so charged all the time, because you're essentially leaking out energy constantly.
I mean, I feel like the children's game of tag gets a lot nastier here when you tag someone. You ever do that thing in like a school classroom where there's that one room with the carpet and you would shuffle your feet and touch someone and they would get zapped? Imagine that to the nth degree now in this desert. Everyone essentially is ready to shock someone.
you high-five your friend, they're suddenly on the ground.
I mean, it's very possible in that environment if it's this bad. Some poor bastard's going to be wearing way too much copper jewelry or something. It's going to be like, yeah. That would be interesting, though, because you feel like people would start finding non-conductive jewelry, like bone jewelry or wood beads would become much more pleasant than, like, copper bracelets, wouldn't they? He wouldn't want anything conductive.
Yeah. A lot of bone, a lot of non-metal things. Well, you would want metal anyway, because you're attracting lightning at that point.
Yeah, exactly. I feel like anything that, makes you... metal has to be very specific, number one, because it's got to be hard to acquire when you can't be mining things, unless you're intentionally trying to like do the whole we're going to try to sieve iron out of the magnetite, which is good luck with that one if you have to go and like not have hundreds of pounds of bricks around to go and make charcoal with. But
you could sift the sand for metal.
I bet you there's probably someone out there who's doing some sort of sand dredging operation to find things and people who have sunk and bad things that have happened. Being like, yes, we know this is where the majority of traders who pass through get fucked up. So if we just roll through here with a dredge behind us, or like the grapple hook just trailing behind us trying to snag things and pull it up, and maybe we get a skull, maybe we get a bag of like spices, we don't know, but like the scavenger factor would be
entire scavenging industry. And then, oh my god, can you imagine being like the family of a trader caravan?
I mean,
and they just get destroyed in the storm, and then you find their stuff like in a market somewhere from like these scavengers. And
you're literally describing Key West.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But imagine that, but sand.
Yeah, it's Key West wreckers doing the same thing. And like setting up like fake lights for like warning lights for lighthouses and shit to try to get people to like wreck their shit in bad places in the sand and whatnot. So there's a very real human example of that already. And the wreckers are a hilarious thing. If you're ever in Key West and you want to go to like the Key West Wrecker and Pirate Museum, it's amazing to see the shit people were getting away with legally. Like for a while, it was the most affluent city in America because people were just basically looting shipwrecks when they would get stuck on reefs. They would go out and be like, yep, nope, I'm here first. I am now the wreck master. I get the highest percentage of all the shit we pull out of this boat. I could see that with people pulling shit out of the sand. There's no reason they wouldn't.
Yeah.
Really? I gotta throw a spring. Hold on. Boom. Get it.
My dog is here. I'm petting my dog.
As we just completely go off on a tangent about Christie's world.
I'm just so happy.
I just enjoy world building tangents like this.
Do you know of like a specific term for a spear that is basically a harpoon, but with like a rope at the end?
You throw it, you pull in.
Yeah.
Basically.
I mean that is literally a harpoon or a fishing spear. I mean,
That's it. Yeah, it's just a harpoon.
Just thinking
You're
of
thinking
like
of
one that you like
harpoon gun.
throw javelin style.
Yeah, a harpoon is a spear that has a rope attached. A harpoon gun is just that, but with gun. That's why it's called a harpoon gun.
yeah, that is a harpoon by definition.
Just a harpoon? Okay. Google is failing me then in terms of images.
Here, you know what? So, like, here you go. I will send you an image right now. And you can see the rope attachment on the bottom where you would have the other slip knot for the secondary rope you would attach to it.
Oh my god, knotting. That would be
Hey,
such
yo.
a big thing. Not that.
Yeah,
compact.
that's more or less what I'm looking for, but I'm trying to find it in like artistic rendition, I guess. I mean, maybe I'm being too anal about it, but maybe.
For do you know like sailor knots, like the how in depth and intricate they can get?
Actually, yes, because I used to race two-person sailboats, and part of the course of learning to do that is we had to be able to tie. I think it was like 6 or 7 knots by memory, and we would
Ooh, this
actually
is
have
perfect.
speed competitions to tie knots.
That's
So-
probably a big thing over there in the desert thing, like the knot, like tying knots and doing things like that.
I mean, you're
Yeah,
basically,
make sure it's good.
yeah, you're just been exchanging nautical things as well. Also, you want to secure everything to your person or where you're going, because it's like, hey, these need to
Maybe
be
they'll save
secured to you. Well, they need to be secure to you, but they also need to be, I can rip this off and detach it so I don't sink if bad things happen.
See, the that's a really cool art, but the bad part about that's a metal chain. Ooh, really cool thing.
Or this one.
You could have a harpoon that is just made to throw at a distance. It has like a copper bit at the end, like a copper rod, to attract lightning away from you, like a portable lightning rod. So you just
Kind of a neat idea.
Really far away, it just sinks into the sand and sticks out a copper rod.
Oh yeah, like you could, like most of those sort of harpoons, actually the head of it was detachable, so you could chuck that, it would land, and then you would snap it back. You could pull back the rest of the body of the harpoon on the rope and just leave that copper piece out there.
That's really
Or
cool.
worse, it could be something where you're intentionally throwing that at your enemies to be like, haha, you're now a grounding point. Suck it.
Oh my god! Imagine like a metal dust grenade.
I feel like that's just a wind gust spell in an environment with sand. Everything is pocket sand everywhere.
But when you're statically charged, it clings.
Oh, that's interesting.
So you throw it at an enemy boat, it explodes metal dust. It all clings to them and the ship, and you're attracting lightning at that point.
It's also slowing them down and making them less able to stay mobile. Like you're literally just clogging things up by essentially trying to say how much blowback can we get into like your shit where you're blind, you're irritated, we're putting excess weight that you can't get rid of. I feel like wind spells would be very important, not only to like keep you moving, but also to like clear away the amount of shit that gets in there. Because if you've ever been around any place where sand or snow can pile up, drifts are a real thing, and it's awful.
They can never exist without sand, even if they're in like a building. It's just, it gets everywhere.
Well, it's a matter of like, imagine if you're on the deck of something and like there's literally just a sandstorm happening. It's just accumulating in your craft even while you're trying to move, and you have to constantly be essentially blasting it out while you're going to keep it out. They would have to build things like really open with a lot of gunnels and whatnot to essentially allow it to pass through, but then it's literally smoothing everything down. Like these would have to be, I feel like everything, people would be judged by the
You say that, but look at this.
Of the
Not to you, that's just a battery.
Oh.
Keep going, keep going, keep going.
I think one of the things that you would be judged on for the beauty of your craft would be they would be using these incredibly dense woods that would essentially get naturally sandblasted and smoothed by being constantly sanded. So you get these beautiful wood effects on everything because it's so smoothed down by the natural erosion effects. And then you would have this really dense, hard core wood sort of thing, but beautiful, beautiful wood patterns. So suddenly there'd be this really amazing, beautiful wood aesthetic of like who has the most beautiful sort of polished wood things going on. Not like that with all their stuff.
So what's funny about that is that since sand gets into crevices like that, it would actually erode the sand as well, and it might create like a clear, glassy shade in the cracks of the wood, as like that is being polished as well.
Oh yeah, I feel like that would also be one of the more brutal forms of assassination, was if someone made like just ground obsidian and put it into your food. And it would actually literally slowly kill you over several days as it literally cuts up your insides as it passes through you. So I feel like that's like, so like that would be something where it's like the whole thing is like we respect the storm, but no one would. That's like one of the most disrespectful things you could do would be to kill someone that way. So it's like you would have to be like the worst of the worst kind of person to make someone die by the desert when it wasn't the storm's fault. Like you're basically.
Oh my god, that's so right though. I was about to say like, well, probably the worst thing you could do is destroy their tapestry, but that's pretty bad too.
That's pretty bad. Like you're literally saying I'm taking the role of the force of nature and I'm using it to get rid of you by my own hand. And it's just like one of those things, like it's considered something that if anyone did that, like family feuds would be put aside and be like, no, we're dealing with that fucker.
Yep.
Who set this up? And like that's how you start wars.
Yeah. God, like the concept of framing your god for murder.
That's fucking insane.
Well, I keep wanting to hesitate. You know what it is? I don't want to call it a god. It's a force of nature. A force of, like a god, you can make sacrifices to, you can pray to, you can ask for forgiveness from, you can ask for blessings from. A force of nature, you cannot negotiate with it. You cannot plead with it. You cannot beg for it to stop. It is an uncaring, unlistening thing which wields the power of a god with none of the empathy, none of the detriments, none of the benefits.
See, the fun part about that is that while yes, they believe that they can. And that's why they believe that if you get to like the eye of the storm, that clearly the sands must be aware and like present, because like how else would the blessed soul happen?
I mean, that is literally sort of one of the jokes of Discordianism of like seek out the eye of the hurricane, for that's where you'll find peace. Like you have to thrive in enough chaos to be in the middle of it.
Chasers.
Yep.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Oh, that's a good one. So there are probably storm chasers.
Oh, 100%.
I mean, there probably are people who want to believe like I'm going to be the chosen one. I will get through this. I will survive it. When realistically, it's people who are lucky and kind of insane, and and they come out of it very changed from having been harrowed by that experience and probably watched a bunch of people they knew get gently filleted by sand.
Yep.
Yeah, they probably hear like they probably have people who survived that experience, but didn't become blessed soul talking about.
Oh yeah,
getting so close to the precipice of the thing, and it's like a soul changing experience for that person. That's how it perpetuates, because you have children listening to those people just talk about like that one high, that one thrill that they can never recreate again.
Well, I mean, just like that, like they're like probably sitting here saying like how difficult it is from the year because it's so quiet here.
Yeah.
Like if you've ever been outside in a bad hurricane or a really like a tornado warning, and you've heard that really howl, like when you actually have heard wind howling and trees snapping and shit flying all over the place.
Yeah,
imagine if you're in the middle of a sandstorm that is just unrelentingly grinding gravel against itself at hundreds or whatever miles an hour all around you. That is a sound that will harrow you for the end of your days. Like take a rock, like put your ear up against a rock tumbler. Now live in that for a while.
God.
I'm the worst kind of world builder.
No, I love them. I love it. Please keep going.
No, I mean, extreme environments just invite interesting things. Like what does livestock look like here?
Ooh.
That's a good point. What do they eat?
Well, I mean, like livestock has to exist. It has to be fairly mobile or something that is going to willingly travel alongside them in a symbiotic relationship.
That's... Ooh.
Like if there's some sort of worm that's like, hey, you know what? People generate waste. The worms like eating that waste and can actually process all this sand. Maybe they're milking them. I don't know. But worm milk is not the grossest thing I've heard of in a fantasy setting.
Like basically these sand manatees that they use to move, like ferry like entire like city structures around. And they actually help them by like cleaning off parasites from their backs.
I'm sorry, but I need to talk about what Shock just that I love that concept, Shock. An image of an old man who was so close to the eye of the storm that he could see it before the wind ripped his goggles and blinded him.
Yeah.
Before he was sucked back into the storm. The eye of the storm was the last thing he ever saw.
That's sick.
Yeah. That's the kind of like, lore of like what happens if you go chasing something that isn't meant for you, because that's a cautionary tale right there. It's like, hey, that's Icarus getting too close to the sun. You tried to touch the thing that was not yours to touch. You were not chosen for that.
Yes. Yes.
I was thinking one of the things that would probably be like a big protein component would probably be insects.
Oh yeah, there's giant bugs.
Like even giant bugs. I feel like literally just like there's plenty of cultures that will roast locusts or termites. So like suddenly having something where it's like, oh yeah, we want something that's going to eat things that are going to be attacking our, wooden bone structures and boats and clothing and whatnot. So like having like, a type of locust that's a beneficial sort of thing, that it's not a pet, it's beneficial for your space. But when there's a lot of them around, bugs reproduce fast.
Yes.
You can bake them and you can eat them, and it's relatively easy to do. You don't need a lot. So
milk.
I mean, termites are another big one, because termites, the sort of African termites, they're considered an incredible part of the nutrition of the people there because they're very high in fat. They actually will smoke them. So it's an amazing nutrition source. So finding things that are very high in density but lightweight, that travel well, that don't require a lot of specialized it's the word I'm looking for here. Animal husbandry. So like bugs, very good. Things that would stay airborne primarily. So if there's some equivalent of like a desert albatross that's like, yeah, it spends 99.9% of its life in the air. It just
That's what I'm saying.
care.
Birds. Yeah, it's just in the air constantly.
Birds, or if you want to get fun with it, because fantasy setting, there's some sort of like, they're basically what would be the equivalent of an armored jellyfish, whereas literally like the mucus on it binds the magnetite sand to its exterior, so it can float, but it's just dense enough on the sand that it's not getting sandblasted. And then in the calm moments, it drops its tendrils, so that way it can try to like scoop anything up unsuspecting into these jellyfish.
I like that a lot.
So it's just this, it looks like this horrible crusty black cloud, and then just suddenly the tentacles start dropping and they just start dragging along like a Portuguese man of war, but it's armored and floating in the sky.
Can you imagine if those jellyfish have like existed so long in the storm that they can like actually be in it?
Well, that's what I think. They like when the storm hits,
and then you have to deal with that during the storm, just not just the wind, but also, oh god, there's fucking tentacles.
You know what it is? I think if I was doing the biological thing, the tentacles would be something they come down when it's safe to do so. When the storm hits, they suck those up. But now you have this essentially armored flying boulder in the sky that could crash into you.
Yeah. What are they?
And they just get rolled around. And then once the storm passes, they gently rise back up. When the sun hits them, their temperature rises, and then they can deploy their tentacles again.
Wait, what if when they're like crunched up like that, they look like metal like boulders?
Yeah, I think they would literally be like essentially a magnetite, like essentially a sandball sort of tumbleweed getting blasted along on the surface because their temperatures drop, they've sealed up, and they're just getting tumbled along.
Yeah.
Just like really bad tumbleweed bowling ball.
That's how tumbleweeds reproduce that way. They actually tumble through the wilderness to spread their seed. What if a jellyfish did something similar in order to like spread their children across the entire desert?
I feel like the storm is probably how they propagate, because they're like if you've ever seen how coral spawns, they just sort of release everything into a massive blob at the right time. When it's the right phase of the moon at the right time of year, it's like all of the jellyfish stuff gets released into the storm, and some of it mixes and you get little jellyfish, some of it doesn't, and a lot of it's wasted. A lot of them die. But that's the whole gamble of saying we reproduce en masse all at once, all at the same time. And that could be also another source of nutrition, of trying to harvest the juvenile jellyfish when they're all like floating around and still babies and relatively easy to catch.
Without all the metal bits that they grow over there.
When it isn't like, fully grown and like actually menacing in all ways. As we come up with your monster menagerie here.
Can you imagine like going into the storm and dealing with like giant fucking metal, like a metal ball? You see it, you're like, oh god, it's one of those, and it crashes into your ship because it's like 80% iron probably.
Oh my god.
Well,
so it's like cannibal at that point.
Think about it. It's like it's a thin. Think of it like an eggshell. It's got an eggshell of iron over it, and the worst thing that happens is, okay, it hits. There's a kinetic impact that cracks and sends all these sharp chunks of like what was its natural sort of eggshell armor of the sand that's coalesced around itself. Now there's this slimy, awful jellyfish flailing its tentacles around in fear and anger because its things have cracked. It's sort of like having a claymore hit your deck. It's the worst.
Yeah. Also, all the metal bits is calling the lightning of the storm. Oh, what did you say?
I just love you both. Also, what Sendite spear / harpoon / javelin wielders are known by is snipers, because they can throw a 300 foot. And it just gets you. This is like their main way of fighting, because they have their spears structured and balanced in such a way that it can cut through the air.
It could also be using an atlatl, so it's like this sort of spear launcher thing.
Yeah. And also, like, literally working with the idea of magnetism. Basically, the desert carries it further and faster and harder. And
like one of these things.
That's actually, what's really funny about that, Christy, is that the world record for throwing a javelin is 323 feet.
That's funny. That's an average one.
that is a Olympic level javelin thrower. And that's not because what's funny about that is that there are ways to make a javelin easier to throw that they don't specifically do because it's considered aiding, like an artificial aid.
I'm trying to see what the longest throw with an atlatl is actually. Wow. Okay. The official world record for with an atlatl, the thing that I sent you, which is essentially giving you that extra joint to hurl your spear with, is 848 feet.
Should I increase this number?
Yes.
Basically, if you're using something where it's like you're using that extra oomph and you've got that extra special tool and you know how to use it, and this is using whatever special things they're using in the desert and they're used to the environment. Yeah, I would say that, like, there are persistent rumors that they can strike someone with a javelin at 1,000 feet.
Okay.
But, like, having it be a persistent rumor is one of those things where it's like, yeah, we don't know how many people are actually going into the desert to go and get, like, javelins chucked at them by angry desert dwellers.
All right.
You figure it's not like too many people are marching to war in a place where you literally can't march.
So, can you imagine being in a desert and like just you're a trader that for some reason not from the desert, and you just see a fucking ship like 4 or 5 football fields away, because that's how long 1,000 feet is, and you just see a bit, and you see something coming towards you, and it chucks next to you. It's a fucking spear.
Yeah.
Imagine the guy running on the ropes, running straight fucking to you.
Like it's a bad time right now. The interesting thing about being a trader in this environment is it sounds like this would be the sort of environment where you can't, by the nature of the space where the ground is unstable, the environment is unstable, you wouldn't have large scale trading. Like, you almost feel like traders would be sort of like blockade runners, rum runners, sort of weird people who occupy this place in society of, we think you're kind of psychotic, but you're doing something that everyone kind of likes.
You're kind of weird, but okay.
Well, think about it. You have to be a little bit crazy to say you can't be you're probably doing it by yourself. You're carrying a limited amount of a very valuable product, because anyone stupid enough to carry a whole lot of something is going to sink. So like,
fair.
So like you have to kind of be this, you have to be a little bit touched to be someone who's like bringing things into and out of the desert or what have you. It's like, oh, wow. That's a person who's occupying a special role in society right there.
You also get robbed by people faster. That's true. Also, people like the people who do the javelin are going to have the most unique bodies because they have to build their entire body to throw.
Mm-hmm.
You know what would be really interesting about that is like when you get into cultures of antiquity that had I want to call them champion feats, which is what they like, not talking D&D champion feats, but actually like champion feats. Like when you would have like, so we're going to have our best guy go up against your best guy. And it wasn't enough to be like fight and kill one another. You had to have some style to it. There's a lot of this in Irish mythology. So like one of the things that they would have 2 champions do, it wasn't just we'll go out and stab one another. We're going to flip 2 chariots over on top, upside down. Each of you are going to be X paces away from one another. You've got to run on the wheel of your upside down chariot, and now you start throwing spears at one another. That was an actual way for champions to settle a thing. So it's like, I wonder if you had people who were doing this sort of in between one another. It's not just, I huck spear and kill you. That's for people who aren't from around here, because the chances are they're going to grab it, reverse it, and send it right back to sender.
Yep.
So it's like, you feel like there's got to be this whole thing of like, we don't want to just lob this thing like 4 football fields, like you said, because we want to know who we're sending it to before we send it, or it may come back.
That's so funny.
There's a lot of like, you think about the whole tapestry thing is a lot of like, we need to be able to see their weave so we know who we're dealing with.
Exactly.
Before we get crazy with one another. It's a very good visual indicator about like, oh, we know them. They're very good at sailing fast, or we know them. They're very good at like returning to sender. We don't want to fuck with them. That's fine. They don't have a weave. Oh, they're fair game. They don't know shit for shit. They're just barbarians. Just chuck away.
Dude, I'm literally about to get to the fleets. And like the cool thing about them is that literally the like giant ship fleets will have like the sails of every single individual crew member like sewn into it in advance.
Oh, it's like a tapestry almost at that point.
Exactly.
Which is amazing. Like it's a way of striking the colors, which I kind of love because it really gives people a sense of having ownership of part of the society. It's like there was always that I can't remember, I think it was Andean, but they had like that language that was all the tied knots on the rope. So like people having sort of like something that's hanging off their belt of like their own personal things. So that way it's like if someone's getting sucked into the sand, they pull that off their belt and hand it to you. They you have to bring that back to my family. So that way they can have my part of the history to put in the boat, you know?
For like single sailors, like people who just kind of like sort of like on the treasure planet, sort of like little like sails like that. They'll have it like on just like their little like tiny little dink of a ship. And there will be like entire tasks of like people trying to like go out and retrieve like fallen.
Like that could be another aspect of dredging of like, hey, we're trying to return someone's weave to the tapestry.
Yeah.
Because there's nothing worse than saying, you know, what happened? My both of my children were lost in the sand, and now you know our thread is cut.
Yep. Oh, I like that. Actually, I'm gonna slang. Starting that in advance.
I'm glad that I'm providing you.
Yeah, like one of the like biggest sins that someone can do is literally burning someone else's tapestry.
Yeah, like I think that's a reason why like lightning would be very used, but fire wouldn't be very used.
Yeah.
Because everything's flammable. You could destroy the whole boat. If the goal is to gather resources in a resource-poor environment, you don't blow shit up.
Nope.
You have to be more surgical. Like that, honestly, that may be like if there's someone who's an evoker who does fire spells, they're probably hated the way necromancers are everywhere else.
I could easily see that. Because at
like,
least with necromancers, they could like revive like, yeah, no, it would. And they could like revive like people well, not necessarily revive, but they could like animate the bodies lost to the sand, and in theory, with enough effort, you can like sort of like figure out where the bodies are and like fish them up. So you can hopefully recover the sails as well.
I would say like the thing a necromancer could be doing is they could be taking bones and actually using that to weave lighter sailing vessels by doing bone shaping and making bone shaped boats.
That's what I was gonna say. I was gonna talk about bone shaping.
Necromancer would be a very important crafter in society.
Oh my god.
Because recycling dead things into stuff that's going to be lighter and stronger, like that's amazing. Like that's something that a necromancer would be incredibly valuable. So like the most sacred person at that point in terms of magic almost is a necromancer, but the most hated person is someone who does fire things because fire is bad in all ways here.
Yep. That's just reckless endangerment of everyone around you.
It's reckless. It's endangering. You're making solid chunks. And if you throw a fireball at sand, you make that solid chunk. You're damaging boats in terrible ways. You're kind of disgracing the desert from its natural form. So it's like if you think about it, there was someone who held, like, say, the ocean is sacred and you dump toxic waste in it, or they held the forest is sacred and you start chopping down trees. Well, if the sand in the desert is sacred and you are changing its shape in a way that isn't meant to be, and then it fucks up and does weird shit, it's like, don't like that.
Shock brought up scrimshaw as an art form, and it could be.
One. Like any type of carving would be probably because you can't really keep statuary, but you could carve things into your mobile home vessel, ship, personal items, effects. Body art and tattooing or beading on your skin would seem very natural. Honestly, I feel like someone getting tattooed in this environment has to be seen. You have to earn it because you're a hard motherfucker. Because think about how irritating it is to get tattooed and how terrible that is in your skin. And now you're going into an environment filled with sand. You've got to be a hard son of a bitch to get tattooed here.
Yeah.
So that's like, you're the person who leads other people to do shit. If like, hey, this person is hard as fuck. We're gonna mark them up with some tats, and they're gonna keep that exposed and onto the sand, so that way it gets all scarred and gnarly. So like having faded tattoos in the sun from the sand in the sun is seen as a real badge of honor here.
Dude, there's rug burning. Like when you like friction like burn someone, like you rug burn.
Yeah,
like your feet, that could be like people could have burns from sand moving that like that.
I almost want to say I think and I'm stealing this from South America. So people who are native to the Amazonian River Basin look with disdain upon other people who have scars from piranhas because it means you're an idiot because they're a very avoidable problem, but you still got bit. So if you had like sandburns from getting really bad sandburns, they might sarcastically say, "Oh, I see the storm kissed you." You know, it's like it's not seen. It's seen as a mark of you were too stupid to cover up or do what you were supposed to do. You let that happen. Versus if you have these tattoos and you're letting them fade in, that's seen as a badge of honor because you got marked up and let it get scuffed up by the sand and really scar in. So it's like one of those things where it's like, yeah, one of them is seen as like we're kind of saying you're kind of a moron and it's going to be marking you for life as a moron, versus the other is you earned that and we respect how hard you are for enduring it to do that. That's why you have the right to lead.
Hell yeah.
I was saying like you're kissed by the desert whenever you have like really bad sand sort of abrasion burns on your body because you didn't
sand
cover
abrasion
up.
burns.
Yeah.
I thought that also included like losing tattoos.
I feel like having your tattoo fade because of that is sort of seen as a badge of honor because it means you survived long enough for that to happen.
Okay, I mix it up.
So like if you have a tattoo, you're hard. If your tattoo is fresh, it's like, oh, okay, that you're kind of new under the sun. But if you have tattoos that have gotten really faded and scarred up from all the sand abrasion, that's a real badge of honor because now you're the old man who's kind of been leading people into some shit for a while. It's like, oh no. It's sort of like how in a more Northern European, it's like the guy who looks like Santa Claus in the battlefield is the one you're scared to shit of because he's old enough to have a big gray beard.
Mm-hmm.
Now you've got the guy with the arms who have the really faded, gnarly tattoos. It's like, no. He's faded. Don't fuck with him.
Ooh, faded. Don't fuck with a guy with a fade.
Don't fuck with the guy with faded tattoos because it's like, yeah, you know, it's like you don't fuck with the Norwegian guy who looks like Santa Claus. You don't fuck with the Canadian who has no teeth, and we don't fuck with the guy from the desert who has faded tattoos. It makes sense.
These are just rules of the world.
These are just rules of the world. The joke about the Canadian with no teeth is that they practice the art of boxing on ice. That's why. Hockey.
Scary.
Hockey.
Don't catch a fade with the faded.
Yeah, exactly.
You don't want that smoke.
You don't want that smoke. Like ways to go and like insult someone. Tell them they have like oh, I see you have a heavy tread. Like they walk heavy. They
no,
can't
actually,
walk
that's
light.
One of the things that they do is they actually learn how to walk very carefully and lightly so that they sink into the quicksand slower.
Yeah, it's like an insult to say, like, oh, look who has a heavy tread.
Like someone who's just like kind of socially unaware.
Yeah, I feel like it's a way of like they just don't know how to like survive. What else would I call someone if I was from this culture and I was going to insult them? Someone who's always sinking, I would say, very fleet. You sort of be like, you know, like, yeah, quick-footed. Because it's like, you shouldn't need to tell someone, it's just normal. But if you're calling someone quick-footed, it means they're actually really bad at being fast enough to stay above the sand. I love bullshit like this.
Me too.
Oh, please poke me when you're doing world building sessions. I love stepping in on it. Oh,
she's doing this every day until she's done.
Nice.
It's the big grind.
Nice. I'm gonna be away a little bit this weekend, but I will try to stop in at some point.
Yeah, of course. Happy to have you.
Man, what does hospitality look like here? I feel like preserved and dried fruits that would be in like honey or oil or something like dates, like honey dates, or dried persimmons, like fruit leather that you sort of soak a little bit, and like you like get it a little bit wet again. So like reconstituted fruits, or like honey dates or something like that, or like nuts, things that you can preserve and really bring out for the special occasion. And like, we've got dates, we've got some nuts and honey, it's like
I was actually thinking of there being a special fruit that's like particularly prickly on the outside that is used not to eat, but to encourage calluses. So they just kind of like rub it over people affectionately, and at first it like really fucking hurts, but as you go on, it gets the itches just right.
You know what? We can build on that from real life. Let's build from real life, because I'm growing native cactuses out back. So if we had a kind of paddle cactus where its entire thing was that instead of growing vertically, it grows horizontally to create sort of paddle colonies to be able to stay above the sand. But every now and then it'll fruit, so you'll get like prickly pears coming out of the center of it or something, out of the paddles. So essentially it's like oval sort of paddles that are making these little oval paddles. But then like when the wind hits, they'll just sort of skim like stones along the sand so they don't sink until they can settle again enough when the wind isn't there. And so having that sort of like prickly cactus thing where you're whacking someone with this horrible cactus paddle thing that has spikes or whatever on it, but every now and then it grows like prickly pears or something, and that would be a source of moisture. It could be a source of fruit.
Oh yeah.
You could juice them. You could theoretically make alcohol out of it.
I was thinking of like it has like a lot of like moisture like caked into the fruit itself, that it's not necessarily consumptive, but because of the way that like the like quills and spikes are made, that it hydrates the wound as it punctures it, so it kind of heals it, which means that it's perfect for making calluses without like popping blisters.
I mean, if you have one type of succulent like that, there's no reason you can't have multiple types of it.
Oh, of course. Like, so one's for different types.
Different types of like, like there's some cactuses that maybe grow in like flat paddles that sort of float. Maybe there's others that are more like, if you've ever seen like the sort of cigarros that have that big long tube cactuses, instead of like growing vertically, they roll. They literally, their whole thing is they roll like an elongated sort of churro along the surface of the desert, because the wind's constantly pushing them along so they don't sink. So maybe that's a way where you could like tap that and get water out of it, or you could like, ferment your cactus juice. You could do whatever. I mean, you can think of like a lot of different things where the survival mechanism ultimately has to be, how do I stay above the sand, or how do I move freely in the sand? So for plants that want sunlight, you're probably looking at something that wants to stay on the surface. It's either floating on the sand passively or actively using the environment to get blown along. But then, of course, if it ever get blown out of the desert, it would die because it isn't moving anymore. It doesn't really have a way to have roots. Like there could probably be some type of like, I would say like almost like a truffle type mycelium that lives under the sand and just sort of shifts with the tides of the sand. So you could like get some sort of mushroom in there that's living there underground, or like under a certain like distance. So the dredgers might get those occasionally. Those are considered like, oh, this is a delicacy. It's a desert truffle. It's some sort of like softball to golf ball size mushroom like thing.
Yeah.
I have way too many thoughts about how to go and like make the world feel real. This is my problem. I keep wanting to like add things like, how would we find food? What would we give people if they came over for dinner?
No, I love that. It's a very important part of world building.
Also, what are the rules of hospitality?
It's a good question. Like, is it something where it's like, okay, if you're able to demonstrate that you're civilized, do we have to give you a certain amount of time before we can initiate any problems with you? And like some of the traders from outside the desert are kind of caught on to that, where they're like, nope, I'm offering you some water and some food. You can come over and sit with me. And then like, shit, we've been offered a thing. We have to give it at least, I don't know, one. I would say, honestly, time would not be judged by the sun, because the sun can be obscured by the sort of wind. Yeah. It would be judged by time between windstorms.
I mean, that, right? And also like how the plants react, I think. Well,
so I'm just thinking like, if you're doing like time, day and night is kind of a thing. Like stars are obviously and moons are the best way to navigate here, but besides like maybe the odd physical landmark. But if there's sort of this nightly wind event where the desert is hungering and it's hungering hour, that is what designates your daily cycle, right? That is the thing that you judge it from. Like, yes, it's been this long since that happened, and it's not a precise science, but some people are better at it than others, and they're really important in the fleet because they know when the shit's coming. So
people with good internal clocks.
People with good internal clocks or have that ability to sort of sense that pressure change when the storm is building. Like maybe they have the trick knee or a trick tooth, or they have that innate, some people maybe that's their druid sense, is like, look, they understand storm building and the nature of the creatures in there, or they can sense the life happening. Hey, if we turn the boat this far many degrees over, we will find things that we can harvest, in the sand and the desert will provide here. Like druids here would be very interesting in terms of finding where life is in a way that would be harvestable and helping prolong them. Yeah.
Also, because usually rules of hospitality, in culturally speaking, are backed by something. For instance, in Greek mythology, Zeus was the god of hospitality. If you broke the rules of hospitality, you incurred the wrath of Zeus. That type of thing. Or honor, or the social anything.
There's definitely a number of there's usually a lot of things like that where it's like, okay, we will offer you hospitality for a specific set amount of time and have reasonable discussions about things for that specific set of time. And then after that, well, either you're gone, we've gotten what we want from one another and it's beneficial, or now it's on. So it's people who break hospitality don't tend to last long in the world because they're going to be outcast very rapidly. It's awful hard to keep a secret in a place where everybody has to sort of communicate with one another, or if like people honestly that desert members. What I'm thinking is like if you were going to shame someone, you would have some sort of indelible dye that you would put onto their weave, so everyone knows like, oh no, they're stained.
Throwing paint on someone's weave.
Well, like some sort of like natural dye that's like, oh, maybe like you're getting it from whatever type of beetle is there or something. Because I only know this because I've been crushing these damn scarlet lily beetles, and they stain my hands red all the time when I have to get rid of them because they're eating my fucking lilies.
Actually, something of that mentioned like a couple pages up. Is someone doing that is a good reason for someone to challenge them to a ride into the storm.
But yeah, like if someone fucks off bad enough, like your elders are like, hey, hand me your weave. And maybe that's good that they're going to add something to it or give you like another color thread to put in there for some deed you did, and people will have to acknowledge that. But if they suddenly just smear it with the horrible juice or just with like bodily excrement or something, it's like, yeah, no. You
blood.
Well, think about it. How hard is it going to be to clean? Like if someone smeared feces on your weave, how hard is it to clean it in a place with no water?
Yeah.
How do you get the smell and the stain out of it? How long does it take for that to go and like wear off?
Yeah.
Gross, but it gets the point across.
Mm-hmm. They probably have to cover their sails in a very protective like
honestly,
not
that kind
lotion,
of goes
but like
I would say
almost like a primer.
You go back to the plant thing, because the plants, the jellyfish, would naturally maybe be creating like forms of latex to sort of insulate themselves.
Yeah.
So then you can use that to like essentially inoculate whatever your sails are made out of with that. So there's only like that leading frayed edge where you're adding more to it as you're adding to people's history. So it's like literally when someone passes on, their fate is sealed because you can't add anything more to it. You've sealed it off completely with like the natural latex. You can't add any more. You've sealed them. That's the equivalent of being entombed, because you wouldn't keep a body around. Bodies are wasteful unless you're trying to like harvest something out of it. But you're keeping their weave, but you want to preserve it. So then it's like, okay, well, we can't add anything more than that. So now we're going to seal that off permanently. It gets added on to whatever. But people who are still alive have that trailing edge, which hasn't been sealed yet. So it's a little frayed there, so you can keep stitching more into it.
Yes.
You're being talked to in chat. 404.
Oh, I'm reading it. And like, yeah, the history of blue pigments, particularly for medical purposes, is wild, especially when you look at the number of trade routes that had to get them. Like Prussian blue is a great example. I have woad seeds in my freezer right now. The entire industry that was kind of in Marco Polo era of having to go sending people on treacherous journeys into the mountains to mine lapis lazuli that you then had to keep in water to not have it fracture, to bring back to a city so they could make blue pigment out of it. And it was like it was worth more than gold at one point to make blue pigments. So like it was considered the most ostentatious church in I think it was Greece or Italy at the time. And it isn't that big, but it has all these blue tiles in it because they did the entire thing in the rarest possible color. You might as well like coat your car in platinum today to get the same sort of financial impact of what this took. So like dyes and pigments and stuff like that could be wildly expensive. Salt would be wildly expensive too, if you think about it, unless there was just a natural form of halite that was out there that you could get. But yeah.
Me and Shaka are the same family because of Mega. You're not even worth the thread.
Yeah.
Not even worse the thread. I love that.
You know, like, you know, sort of cautioning someone like, you know, is it worth a tear or a rip? You know, is it worth getting a rip in your seam, you know, or something like that? It's just sort of like trying to tell people like, hey, man, is that wise?
I like this.
Oh,
The
SEA.
flavor is just beautiful. Yeah. I got it.
Oh my god, I just realized sun bleaching for art.
Sun
for
bleaching.
colors.
Yeah.
They probably do a lot of that on the ship themselves.
Yeah, because sun bleaching doesn't get rid of all colors; it gets rid of very specific colors. So if you make something and then sun bleach it, it will look pretty unique.
Yeah.
Like if you carve stuff in and then like sort of load it up with like lime or something and then let the sun bleach into it and really treat it over time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You do that with the glass wood that people were talking about.
Yeah.
Make it pretty unique.
Oh, like perfect example. Yeah, Christy, I'm gonna send you. Actually, let me just send this to you and to Wolf because
I should have.
do we have a group chat? We should.
We don't, but we will.
We do. Oh, we're talking about for the
I just want to send both of you an image right now, and
Yeah, we do. We have an open one.
oh, right, we do have that one. But
Yeah, up. There you go.
thank you. Trying to find it. So like, this is what like. It's hilarious. So, like this is what like polished desert ironwood starts looking like after it's like at its time. Like when you look at the exterior versus the interior of what happens to it when you've really polished it in, how wild that gets.
Yeah, it looks really cool.
So that's what I'm saying. You get an effect like that happens when someone has been handling it and oiling it and caring for it versus like, you know, you get that really amazing effect to it.
There's also like lightning struck wood as well.
The other thing that might be considered an incredibly valuable thing because it would be preserved in this environment, if you had opalized wood.
Ooh, yeah.
So like that's like
This is
sort
what
of
he
a
was
gem
showing
of the
us, by the
desert
way.
is an opalized wood. Or just opals in general, but opalized wood is considered especially precious because it was like something that grew here once upon a time but can't anymore. And the desert gave it an eternal life.
That's beautiful.
Yeah. But yeah, look at the lightning wood.
This is the lightning wood that
Yeah.
Wolf was showing.
Yeah, Shock, if you ever want to see something neat, go do a Google image search for opalized wood, where basically you'll get opal intrusions into fossilized wood. And you'll suddenly have this wood fossil that is full of opal intrusions.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's gorgeous. I love that.
So, like, this is what an opalized wood fossil looks like.
It looks like a magic, like impact.
That's what I was thinking of the glass wood, like looking like because
Yeah.
of the polished
So, like,
nature.
when you have this chunk of wood that has this really magical quality to it. So, like, opals already have a pretty surreal magical quality to them, and I can see them being like, you can't really be mining for gemstones that would exist in igneous layers, but opal comes from sedimentary layers. It's made from like water seeping into things, into cracks, and then crystallizing over time. So the constant churning and scouring of the sand is what's actually lifting them up. So sometimes maybe you get lucky if you're dredging and you get one of these. Speaking to a time when, no one can remember when people dreamed that there was water here, but there must have been at some point that this rock formation is here. But that can't be anymore.
Yeah, deserts used to be most of the time, geologically speaking, used to be oceans.
I mean, if you ever want to have a cool read to go down a fun rabbit hole, read about the phenomenon of the Green Sahara that's happened twice in Earth's history, while humans have existed on Earth.
God, can you imagine, magically speaking, like we're talking about like the desert being thing? Can you imagine like the desert being the corpse of a sea god?
Believe it or not, there's a lot of there actually is a lot of basis for that, because people are going into places along the southern Mediterranean in the desert. You're in the Sahara, but you're finding whale skeletons.
Yeah, I fucking
Like
love
there's all that kind of stuff is happening there. Like the Green Sahara it happened, I think, 8,000 years ago and 3,000 years ago, where the Earth tilted, the weather patterns changed, and all of a sudden all the rain went into the Sahara, and suddenly the Sahara had lakes and oceans, and they were able to find at the same site from thousands of years apart two distinct cultures that moved in and were fishing out like 2-foot long tilapia. That's what they were doing. They were fishing people in the desert. And then how awful is it? Like, the world is green and then it slowly tilts back and literally your world ends. And it's an inhospitable desert. And then it happens again and a different people move in. And they know they were different because they were two different sizes of humans. One was extremely tall, like over 6 feet, almost 7 feet from the femur bones. And one was extremely petite, under 5 feet. And the two different cultures that moved in at different time frames. So, but people moved in and just did the same thing again. It's like, oh, this is a place to fish. There's so much of life and there's abundance. And we can see that from their garbage of all the fish bones and fish hooks that they were carving. And then the world ends and the water goes away. But people still live in those regions. So it's very understandable that, like, why would we have this long-standing tradition of harpoons? No one knows why we still have them. We've always had them. But that could have started hunting giant sea creatures thousands and thousands and thousands of years ago, when someone's telling a story about, like, in a time before the world, because the world is, of course, the desert and the storm. So it's like the before time.
Yeah.
In the beginning there was darkness and the Lord said, let there be light. Well, it's like, before the world, it was impossible because everything was wet. And that's impossible. No one can imagine a world that's wet.
Can you imagine? Yeah, that's really cool, dude. Like, just I love that shit because, like, history is built on the bones, like how sediment builds layers and layers of each other, and you get like different layers on top of each other. History is like that as well.
Oh, 100%.
Culture is like that as well. People are like that.
One of the coolest things I was ever told by my classics professor was that we're studying something that is, of course, extremely, we call it antiquities. It's old, it's ancient. And he said, I need you to understand that Romans had museums of a world that was old and that was ancient because they raided other peoples who knew their world was old. They knew their world was ancient, and they had museums too.
Yeah.
And it's wild to think about that, like, hey, somewhere in, the Sumerian Valley, We're at the cradle of civilization. There's someone who has their clay-walled cities and canals, and they have a museum of antiquated shit that they're like, we don't know what people made these things, but we're collecting them because they're old. It is one of the most amazing human habits of all time. So it's a very human thing to do. It's a culturally important thing to bake in at times, to be like, it came from somewhere, even if that somewhere isn't remembered or is just sort of a weird legendary tradition at this point, or a folk tale that no one will ever really know the origin of it. But if you think about it, you can build that folk tale and then leave that folk tale there for people to play with. But I read too much Tolkien.
I like it.
My world building exercise, it paints me into corners way too much.
That's true, Jack. There were Egyptians during what people considered ancient Egypt that were archaeologists of ancient Egypt, because that's how long that lasted.
Yep.
Oh yeah. It's very crazy when you look at how deep some of the roots of certain cultures go. Like, if you ever want to go down an amazing rabbit hole, look up ancient Assyria. The Assyrians were an incredible people in antiquity. It's wild to read their history. Because everyone gets caught up on, like, usually it goes Romans, Greeks, Egyptians, sometimes Phoenicians, and like there's a whole lot of other really cool cultures right on the other edge of the Mediterranean there, and I really want you to go poke them. Because they were doing some neat things, like saying, hey, we've got this cool idea. We're going to engage in a cultural weapons program. From the minute this child can walk, we're going to put a bow in their hand.
Yeah, I love that shit.
And then the next people over said, hey, we like your idea, but we're going to put them on a horse when we give them the bow.
Oh my god, the most powerful invention, horse archers. Movable archers.
To be fair, it was the most powerful invention. It replaced chariots, because remember, war chariots were the most incredible thing of their time. What happened?
Yeah.
We have a cart that you can put sickle blades on the edges of the wheel. Imagine like if you're riding a bicycle and you put lawnmower blades sticking out from the sides of your wheels. That's what a war chariot was. You had literal sickle blades coming out laterally from the wheel hubs to mow people down as you're crashing through, and a horse is basically a battering ram at that point. Oh, and by the way, you've got a buddy who's lobbing spears as you go by. Chariot drivers were almost a sacred profession because, number one, they understood horses, and understanding horses already meant you were kind of mystical, because horses... Look, anyone who's been around horses understands the fact that, one, they're mildly psychotic, and everything kills them. Horses kill themselves all the time by getting sick, eating the wrong thing, laming themselves. They're all over the place. So if you have the ability to care for a horse, you're already a pseudo-mystical person. Veterinarian was a magical class. There's a reason why druids have the things they do. If you were a farrier and you understood horses, you're a semi-mystical person. Now, you're not only a semi-mystical person, you're a crazy son of a bitch who says, I'm going to get in this chariot behind one or two psychotic horses. I'm going to drive it at a line of people who want to kill me so the guy to my right can stab him. Literally, you're driving him closer so he can hit them with his sword. Or javelin, most likely. The meme was real at one point. But you have to be the person with nerves of steel holding onto the reins of two psychotic animals that you've probably given a couple of stimulants to get them through the day here. And you're going to control that shit like a Formula One driver. And by the way, once you make a pass, you're turning around and going back and doing it again.
Yeah.
Chariot drivers from antiquity do not get enough credit for how fucking badass they were.
That's actually... Going back to Christie's World, the soloists, the single drivers, was that.
Yeah. Like, if you've ever done a sailboat, like, a two-person sailboat is complicated. A single-person sailboat, it's so easy to fuck up.
Yeah.
Like, one of the first things they teach you is capsizing drills. We're like, hey, we're going to teach you what happens when you flip the boat upside down, how to jump over the edge and right it back. Like, I could see that being a rite of passage for children where you have to right your skimmer in the sand when you fuck up. Because it's like driving a motorcycle. It's not if you fuck up, it's when you fuck up and how bad.
Yep.
Dude,
You gotta make it instinct, or else you're gonna be in a bad way.
Yeah. Like, you know, like that might be a thing where you don't get your first thread for your weave until you can demonstrate that you can write yourself on the sand. You have to be able to walk on the sand. You have to be able to navigate your boat on the sand. You know, you have to pass all these rites of adulthood before we will acknowledge you as having earned the thing that lets you be part of the tapestry of the history of the family.
The final rite is actually written in here, which is like they have to actually learn to sail itself. Like sailing comes last.
Yeah, because it's the most dangerous thing.
Yep.
I wonder if they have special shoes. Like wider set shoes.
Like I was something that's happened before is I'm not even sure if Elena remembers it, but there was a merchant complaining once in the city of Cobbleton about how the horrible men of the Black Sands stole their shoes. When they tried
Leather's
to ride
real hard to
into
come by. So leather's really hard to come by. Why wouldn't you steal the shoes?
No, you don't understand.
I would guess, if I had to guess about it, when you're coming from a place where the most sacred people walk around barefoot on the sand, stealing someone's shoes is like, wow, you're just offensive because you're covering your feet up and you're weak because you can't walk barefoot. Fuck you. We're stealing your shoes, you weak piece of shit.
And there's also a third thing.
Oh, go for it. I was hoping I was going to get it.
That is actually a big part of it. That was basically them saying that you're welcome here. Especially because there's literally a people called the Blessed Soul. So like, yeah, walking barefoot's important, but what would happen if you walk around with fucking metal shoes?
Oh, you'd sink. You'd die.
Yep.
Hobnail boots will kill you here. So they thought they were saving his life. Like, we have to save this idiot from themselves.
Yep.
There are
and the
guests
guy
who can't
complained
kill themselves.
And bitched and moaned.
Like, we can't let our guests kill themselves. What do? We have to steal his shoes. That could be a fun way of talking about outsiders. You say they have soft feet.
I like that.
Like it's like you know, it's like
soft hands for sailors.
Well, yeah, it's just like they're not part of the thing. Oh yeah, no. It's a slang for an outsider. He's a soft foot.
I like that.
Soft soul.
Soft soul. He's a soft soul. There you go.
It's a double pun because it's soft soul, like they're weak, but also soft soul, like their feet.
Like that could have many layers. Like it could be like if you're referring to an outsider, you're just saying they're an outsider. If you're calling someone from the area a soft soul, you're being deeply insulting.
Mm-hmm.
It might be also a rite of passage as well. Because
I can see that being a great. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
There's a rite of passage in certain communities where they will insult outsiders, and once you get that you're being insulted, it becomes you're more understanding now. You get what we're talking about, which means that we can actually like you're kind of slightly cool. We have a little more respect for you because you actually understand what the fuck we're saying. You understand that I'm insulting you, therefore you understand what I'm speaking.
Like that could be another really like great way to insult someone is saying they're really like, oh, do we need to get you some thicker shoes? It's like asking someone if they need to be breastfed, you know?
Yeah, and someone might answer honestly because they're not used to it being like, oh yeah, that would be really great if you got thicker shoes.
I would love it. The sand is killing my feet. And like, oh Jesus.
But if someone reacts being like, no, I don't need that. I want to be able to handle this. They might look at them and go like, oh, okay.
I think they look at them like, okay. Okay, let's see how you do. Let's see what the kid's got.
Yeah, it gives them a chance.
You know, if they show some actual aptitude, but they're just doing it badly, then it's like, no. Stand like this.
It is a bit of hazing, Carrick.
Yeah, definitely a bit of hazing. I think if you're doing anything where you're coming into a group that has a lot of, for lack of a better term, they have rituals that are essentially safety techniques or survival techniques.
Yeah.
And you're obviously just don't know them. It's like, how did you get to adulthood without not knowing how to live? It's like, okay, you're kind of trying. We need to try to get you vaguely not like a newborn. This is embarrassing. How can you be our guest and be this bad? This is no good.
Be our guest.
Your
got him
concoction.
dinner.
Thank you.
Was it made with a cookbook?
I don't know.
I'm just gonna keep asking about the cookbook.
Mm. Mm-hmm. Oh, that's lovely. Yeah, no, this is a rice dish.
Nice.
We have a lot of
Should
rice
make
to get through.
risotto.
You have a lot. You eat a lot of rice.
Well, when you're poor.
This isn't. This isn't This isn't like a complaint. This is a compliment because rice is good.
I mean, it's pretty easy to add vegetables and other things to it, and
Stews and rice dishes are really easy to make and very nutritious.
I'm a big fan of barley myself, just because I like changing up the texture. But that's me.
That's fair.
That and occasionally do the Italian rice and go, we're making risotto. Just keep adding chicken stock to it until it's porridge.
Mm-hmm.
It's Italian congee. That's all it is.
Have you ever heard of the Ever Soup? 4-4?
I mean, I've heard of the eternal bowl of stew where you just keep adding more to it.
Yeah, the Ever Soup. Yeah, the stew. The stew that just there's I forgot what it's called. There's one in Japan where the same family has been cooking this pot of stew for like 3 or 4 generations.
There's usually the thing that I see that's more impressive to me is when you see that with bread starters, and there's some bread starters that are just decades old because they don't want to lose the qualities of the bread starter.
Yeah, it used to be like that with avocados or different trees and fruits that are bred sexually, which means that every time like it breeds, it changes because it's genetically different. They're oh god, we found the good apple. Keep it.
Keep it. We have to get clippings of that one and keep grafting it forever.
Yep.
The funny thing about that, though, is it's such a limiting mindset because the usual attitude with that is it's framed as a negative, like, oh, well, we won't get the same tree, it won't have the same good qualities that the other one has. But it always precludes the thought that when you combine things that had genetic differences, maybe you'll get something better with new qualities.
Mm-hmm.
And there's such an emphasis on preserving an existing state of a thing. I'm like, and you wonder why so many of these trees are prone to diseases. Have you ever seen what happens to purebred dogs and cats? Guess what you've been doing to your trees.
Exactly.
Yeah, or bananas. The banana. Just look at the banana. God, that's a Frankenstein freak of a fruit.
The banana is kind of interesting because it's like some trees you can get around it with when you're doing graft, because they'll say we take a very, very vigorous rootstock that is hard as fuck to kill, and we saw off the top of that, we graft our tender, delicate, beautiful, lovely cherry or whatever it is to the top of it, and we preserve that ad infinitum by artificially making Frankenstein trees, which is I love. I love that Dr. Frankenstein is literally how we make fruit trees. Bananas were so genetically non-diverse that it's like one blight killed the primary banana that used to feed the world.
Yeah, I remember that. And they had to fucking make a new one, and even that one right now is on its last legs.
It's under blight. The same thing is actually happening to the preferred coffee bean.
No.
Yeah.
So
eventually we're gonna have different coffee and different bananas.
Because I mean that your two type of, generally the ones that you usually see are Arabica and Robusta, right? So Robusta is not considered to be the higher quality one because it tends to be more bitter. Arabica is the one that people want, and that is the one that is not thriving right now. It's dying off in large numbers. There's a couple of other ones that you'll get from like Southeast Asia. So I think there's also Excelsa and Liberca. I can't remember the names of them, but they don't plantation well for the purposes of mass production. So yeah, there's a lot of things like that where it's like, hey,
dude,
changing environment means you don't get to keep the same shit.
Speaking of genetically manipulating food, you're old enough for this, for which I'm not calling you old.
No, it's okay. I am.
Brussels sprouts used to taste worse.
Oh yeah,
you're not like people who remember Brussels sprouts tasting like shit, and they have it recently, and they're like, wow, it's so much better. It's one, you're getting older and your taste buds are different, but also specifically Brussels sprouts are different.
Well, yeah, most vegetables are. I mean, if you're getting commercially grown vegetables, they're sold for two reasons. One, they have to survive long shipping periods, and two, they have to not be shitty. Unfortunately, not be shitty is very subjective. This is why, in that case, Brussels sprouts are much less bitter, and that's a good thing. That's a selling point. A downside is, I only eat jalapenos I grow because most jalapenos you get in the store have no heat in them anymore.
Mm-hmm.
Because people would complain they're too hot, and if it was too spicy, people wouldn't buy them. So basically, heat kind of got selectively bred out of a lot of jalapenos.
Makes me sad.
So there's a reason why I grow my own and I save the seeds from them. Like, my spouse has laughed at me because when we've had a particularly good squash or something, I've saved the seeds from it and then grown it the next year. Mm-hmm. Because it's like, hey, I don't care if it's going to be slightly different. This one was really good. This was a very good butternut squash. I want to grow more of that butternut squash. I need to save it. So it's like you kind of have to... I'm a big proponent of preserving things and doing stuff like that.
Yeah. I wonder how big tack is in this culture.
How big and what is?
Tack, the dehydrated bread, where you have to put it in water and it softens.
I thought you were talking about the sort of like leatherware and goods that you would be having all over yourself to manage your sailing expedition and all the stuff all over you, like horse tack.
I don't know if leather is available. That's why. If they have giant bugs, they might be wearing a lot of chitin.
I feel like there's always going to be... They might be like drying out leather from the jellyfish, or they could be making like vegetable leather from the really tough cacti at that point. There's always a way to
Cacti leather would be pretty good.
Cacti leather would be kind of neat if you like people who are making like spiked cactus armor for shoulder pads and shit.
Yeah.
Life will find a way,
giant
man.
Bugs. There can always be
Like-
giant silkworms.
I'm thinking very Dark Sun, because like one of the ways that like people traverse the desert in the Dark Sun setting was they would actually reanimate giant beetles to travel in these giant beetle carcasses that they would hollow out into war platforms and have shade from the carapace above
I
them.
love that.
So they could shoot out the sides that they carried out. But then there was like a driving necromancer who would basically be letting the beetle walk across the desert.
Amazing.
I feel like necromancers would almost be the people who could make means of transit that would not be sailing. They would have that weird option of like
For those
taking
without
desert
the
life forms and like having something like, if there's something like a water skimmer, like a giant water skimmer that lives on sand, but the necromancers are animating it. So like there's that tension of the druid wants to tame it, but the necromancer wants to reanimate it.
God, I feel, because the way we were talking about druids being like nature finders, wind seekers, that type of thing, because wind is a part of nature in that regard. Might have like a sort of rivalry with like bone weavers.
Oh yeah, I could see. I mean, that would actually be a kind of a neat thing. Like if there's someone who's doing something that's more trade based, where they have sort of these giant sand based water skimmers, and that's what's pulling them along to carry the load. Can you imagine that? Instead of horses, they have like just a pair of these giant bugs with huge legs out in front of them.
Yeah.
That are just hauling them along, and they have the sail up, so the sail is catching wind to reduce friction, but they need these two bugs to really keep them moving.
You also have like, if they don't have bugs, if druids are like able to manipulate wind and something like they could just be blowing, like have someone creating wind for the sail, and that's their job, is to control the wind enough.
But they know they have to travel a very specific distance to get to a stable structure to go and like have that heavier thing be good for the night. Otherwise, they'll lose all their shit. So again, traders are kind of special.
A little crazy,
They're a little crazy. They're doing things that like, so you don't just use the desert. Why do you have giant Oh, gross.
Reminds me of
soul.
like I'm just imagining like a foreigner coming in and like stopping by one of these trading hubs, and you just see these people just eating the legs of giant fucking bugs, and like,
I mean, you feel like every part, if it's not serving its purpose anymore, think of it like the chicken. Like it's if it is not a rooster which is defending you anymore, it's not laying its eggs, it's going in a pot, and then the feathers become pillows and other things. Yeah, so it's like every part of that thing will get recycled, right?
the jellyfish thing we were talking about, they can make pots out of those.
Oh, that would be interesting. Like if they catch the different sizes of maturity, so then they can take that sort of sand bowl that it made to cover itself with, and be like, oh yeah, this is the right size. We'll keep that one. We'll eat the insides out, and this is now a pot. So you don't want one that's too big, but you want to get one the right size. And the babies are really tasty because they aren't crunchy yet. You got to get them when they're new.
Good luck finding them, though.
Well, you know,
that's why the druids are important, because they can find life.
I bet that's one of those things where it's like if it's all happening at once, it's like sort of a once a year or once every other year event where you have to get the nets out because they're going to be swarming, and you can just get them.
Yeah.
You get it. Well, it's like
too big.
It's like catching baby eels, right? It's like you have to be here that first full moon in spring when all the baby eels are moving up the river to get the elvers, right? Like.
Well, I do have. Thank you so much for the 500 bits. We cooked the babies. Yes.
We need to cook the babies.
I mean, how do we cook things? You have literally various forms of glass and a sun over you all the time. Put it in the bowl, angle it. Everything is fried. All you need is a little bit of oil, and some of those woods may be providing more oil, or the cactuses, or everything else. It's a very self-contained system at that point. It's pretty good.
So for do you think the jellyfish are prey or predators?
I think they're the sort of thing that's in the middle of the food arc where their young are a food source for everything else. People would prey upon them at mid-size. When they get to mature, they're feeding on other things, but there's probably some form of apex predator that's lurking under the sand, like some sort of sand kraken squid thing that occasionally just shoots a tentacle up and drags one down, and you want to avoid those. That's essentially your apex predator that is specialized as it shoots literally the sort of giant kraken living harpoon appendages up to drag the jellyfish under to eat them. And those are the sort of thing, like, if you could actually ever have like a kraken shell or a kraken tooth, like, man, that's big doings. No one gets one of those because, of course, it sinks into the sand. Like that's sort of its own special, like, you're not blessed the way someone who can manipulate the desert is, but if you're someone who actually has managed to successfully hunt the apex predator in its own environment, you got something. Like if you have like if you had some sort of like weapon or something that was made out of like that sort of squid beak, right?
Ooh, that would be nice.
And it's like, but it's a very special thing where it's like, hey man, if someone has that, they're like that's top dog hunter, right? They had to go out with a crew and get that, and like that's on the prow of the. Honestly, it's so big. I feel like that's the sort of thing that you would put on the prow of your ship, because now your ship is a weapon.
Yeah.
You know, it's like that's your ramming prow. Like that. Oh no, that ship, that's a kraken's tooth. That has the beak on it. That we know they can. It's like literally a sign of we know how to fuck shit up and survive. And we got a fucking ramming prow out of it. Just thoughts. Sorry, I go off on these tangents.
No, I like it. Keep going.
Like the biology of it is always really fascinating because you can always delve so deep into things. Gosh, things that would probably be. I feel like there would be really, 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 unlike the rocky outcrops, if there were any vegetation, it would be that kind of. Have you ever heard of a creosote plant?
No.
These are fascinating desert plants in that they're awesome native species, but oh my god, they stink. So a creosote bush, sometimes it's called greasewood. It's also a medicinal herb. It'll exist in the sort of Sonoran high desert. The native word for it, also in Spanish, is hediondo. It means smelly. It's a stanky ass bush, and basically it only grows in the most awful place. It will look almost half dead, half 2/3 of the year, and it stinks of this sort of almost like carbon tar odor to ward things off, but it's very medicinal because of it as an antiseptic. But it's one of these things to look at it, you wouldn't realize it's a plant most of the year, but then when it blooms, occasionally it gets these flowers, and the flowers smell even worse. But they're a major source of food for everything that lives in that sort of really desertified region, because there's almost never anything that can do that. So like if you have the bugs and stuff that are living out there, they would love this thing. So having plants like that sort of can exist in that real awful desert, Oh, also, they're an interesting species in that they're one of the oldest living forms of life on Earth because they're clonal, and they will expand in clonal rings.
Nice.
So, like, this right here, I'll send you an image to the group. That is all one creosote plant that started in the middle and cloned itself outward in a ring, and that is 12,000 years old.
Oh, wow.
So it's this plant that can live in these horrible, awful conditions, but smells terrible, but has medicinal qualities. So some sort of like
awesome.
things like that you could throw in, and like you're looking for those rocky outcrops because you're looking for one of these plants, but you have to like, did we catch it when it's blooming? Is it just stanking the place up? Maybe we need to get a few leaves to feed our bugs. You have to harvest things very, very sustainably. Otherwise, you're fucking everybody. Like someone who like someone who goes and like who like just spoils like a natural resource like that. That's an exposition. That's like someone poisoning a well, right? You're really fucking over everybody. You're a horrible criminal. Yeah, creosote logs actually you can do that. Like that's essentially that's an artificial creation, but that's what it smells like. The creosote bush smells like that horrible condensed coal carbon smell. It smells like burning oil. And that's a native plant to the Americas, actually.
Yeah. Create soot logs that burn up to clean up your chimney.
Yeah, I mean, the creosote log is a good idea, but it doesn't replace a chimney sweep. All it's really doing is, so creosote is just sort of all the coal dust and ash dust, and that's built up inside of your chimney, right? So a chimney sweep would traditionally get in there and like clean the whole thing out. A creosote log will dry all that out and make it fall down, but of course now it's falling down into your house. So will it work? Yeah. Are you prepared for the mess it's gonna make? So it basically what I'm saying is leave chimney cleaning to professionals. They have such good tools for that now. Kind of amazing.
I wonder I'm looking at what Chrissy is at right now. I wonder what the local terminology for both necromancy and druidism is, because they probably are not called necromancers or druids.
No, yeah, I mean, nope. I feel like that it's definitely like, you wouldn't want to say it's a life-death thing. I almost want to say it would be, because everything again has to revolve around the desert and the storm. It's almost like, this is like, one is from, like, if you think about it, like how people call different schools of magic, they might be like, well, they like someone who practices druidism is for the place that practices the path of a calming wind, whereas necromancy is the path of a wind that's gone of the past storm. The storm is already gone, and the necromancer is dealing with what they picked up from after the storm's aftermath, whereas the druid is what's doing things when the storm isn't there. I'm trying to think poetically how you would frame the school of magic for using that as your basis.
If you're considering the storm being alive, having someone be able to like calm it, seduce it, charm it might be
druids wouldn't be able to do that.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. Like druids would be. I'm thinking more of druids like looking for life when the storm is calm. So they're like the calm hour. They follow that path of the calm hour, whereas necromancers are the scavengers after the storm. They're basically they're kind of like the storm scavengers who are looking to pick the bones of what the storm stripped clean, right?
Yeah. Well, the Christian was mostly talking about if we're going by like them being able to be like wind magic and stuff, because usually wind magic is tied to druidism in most concepts.
Yeah, but the storm has better wind.
It does, but
it's got better wind, better sand. You can't do shit.
You can't do shit, but you know what? We can do. We can manage our local instance of bullshit for what's going on right now. Can we clean? Can we keep our boat moving? We can have controlled amounts of bullshit. I'm sorry, I talked over you, Wolf. You were saying?
No, you're good.
I think we need to get the beverage up.
I don't remember what I was saying.
Bone benders. Bone bending is so much nicer than necromancy. Bone benders, bone fishers.
Bone Fisher is pretty good.
Thank you. Okay, have fun.
I return. Yeah, I keep coming back to the storm. Just you've created such a good grounding element of what everything in this society has to literally revolve around.
Mm-hmm.
So I feel like, yeah, that is that's the thing. Now, is this like a sort of a permanently hot and cold place all the time, or do we actually have seasonal variations on things here, or like, are we marking seasonal change based on actual physiological changes in creatures, or are we marking it based on more of like a lunar calendar of what are the positions of stars and the moon in relation to one another, you know?
Likely by how strong the wind is.
So like we know that like winter is when we get the worst winds.
Yep.
But summer is when we get the driest sort of summer's more dangerous actually then, because if there's doldrums and there's no wind to push you,
Yep.
summer's more dangerous. So like sort of like if winter is more dangerous in the north because snow can sock you in and there's no crops, summer is more dangerous here because the wind dies down.
Yep. Randomized question, but what microphone do you use to get your... Okay, so it's a Shure M7B. However, on top of that, it is connected into a Go XLR through an aux, like one of the more complicated, like a... It doesn't have like a jack that's like a headphone jack, for instance. It's a lot more...
You're using an actual condenser mic connection on your...
Yeah,
because you
basically.
have the same setup. Yeah, it's a condenser microphone.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like a stage professional music microphone at that point for the
Correct.
connector on it. That's what's powering it.
Indeed, indeed.
Because I have my own condenser mic here, but I get the joke and say I have the sex mic because the brand is SE and the model of the mic is X1A. So
I love
everyone calls
that.
it the sex mic. But it's honestly, the sound quality in it has been very good for over 6 years. The condenser has been very good for the solenoid. And it's only like a $75, $80 microphone. So it really is just, if you're looking to get a condenser mic at the low end of the high end, it's a great place to look for something like that. Especially if you're going to plug it into something like a soundboard, like an XLR or whatever the new equivalent is, since XLR went out of business. As Christy and I are sitting on dead hardware that is no longer getting patched. Smile.
Mm-hmm. I'm really worried about that, actually.
Believe me, it's one of those things where there's a reason why I'm never upgrading to Windows 11 on this machine.
Mm-hmm.
Like when that happens, I'm like, I guess I will just get a Scarlet Solo and live with it until such time. There's a few new options though that are pretty good. But as I'm not really as deep or even really at all into the streaming scene anymore, I just can't justify the cost of buying it.
Yeah. Also, anime news for you, Christy. Dress Up Darling is getting season 2 in July this year.
Let's
Yes,
go!
dress me up.
What?
Yes, dress me up.
Dress.
Dressing up, darling!
Dressing up. I mean, literally, that is how the call sign princess happened, playing Dress Up Darling.
Oh, I loved it.
Dress Up Darling is a really, really fun anime, by the way.
It is a really fun anime. Yeah.
Oh, you watched it?
I have watched it. The one that I just saw today that's getting a second season, that it's a total guilty pleasure because it's not a good anime, but it's a fun anime, is Campfire Cooking in Another World. where it's literally just a guy being like, I'm outside, I'm grilling food for all my monsters that I keep accidentally taming because they like my cooking.
That's what happened to that's what will happen, Michael, if you got he's got somewhere again.
Ari's gonna go feral over that. They're both fun animes. There's been a lot of good second season animes right now. We have eaten very well for the last few years for anime series. That's all I'm gonna say. You know, we had Chainsaw Man, we had Frieren, we have the current version of Anne of Green Gables currently airing, which is really good.
Oh wait, for do you know about Apothecary Diaries?
Yes,
It's so good.
Fuck yeah, we haven't watched
Dungeon
season 2
Meshi is
yet,
also
but-
great.
Dungeon Meshi is great. Like we anime fans have eaten there's a lot of schlock out there, but there always is. But there's been a lot of actual quality anime out there the last few years.
I yesterday when I was like lying down like on my bed and looking at my phone, I came across a scene from an anime known as Windbreak.
Yeah, I've been meaning to watch that one because it looks honestly. Okay, here's the thing that I know how COVID fucked with me. Suddenly I started watching sports animes. And I like them. Where I'm like,
good.
why am I so invested in this anime volleyball team now? What the fuck?
Oh, I know that anime you're talking about. So the scene, by the way, like it made me cry. And it was just a scene randomly from the show. It was literally they have a genderqueer character.
Yeah,
in the second season, and it's a scene where God, I'm gonna. Are you okay if I send it to you, or do you not want me to?
Oh no, send it, please. I love this sort of shit. Also,
Yeah,
shock. There were 2 animes like that. There was Otherworld Izakaya and there was Restaurant in Another World. One was a 2-person izakaya that was an actual Japanese izakaya, where they were blowing the mind of the pseudo-German medieval world by having good beer. The other one was literally the actual 4-star chef Japanese restaurant owner who kept having the random door appear and people would keep showing up from all over the world. Like the TARDIS showed up, but they walked into a restaurant. Both were good. Both were excellent.
Here you go. I sent it to you.
I see it. I am looking. Yeah, you see? Validation. Fuck it. I love shit like this. You know what I love about this? It's capturing it's doing 2 really good things for me right now. It's updating something to be where it needs to be culturally now. So okay. Can I have a personal full disclosure moment?
Sure.
So young me got my first kind of exposure to queerness because of Robotech.
Yeah.
In the 3rd generation, the Invid Wars, there was a character who was a cross-dresser character. Like, transvestite isn't really a term that is used anymore, but it was the term that was used then. So please accept that I'm not saying this to be crude. I'm saying this to use the language that was the language at the time that we had. But it was not presented in a way where usually when you see a cross-dressing character, it's done as slapstick comedy or shtick, or something where it's being done to sort of demasculinize a character in a demeaning way. For the character in that series, he was sort of this beautiful, handsome man. He wanted to be in this world that was being blown up by aliens and everything. He wanted to be a performer and a singer like his hero Minmay was back in the first Robotech War. And the only way he could do that was he would put on these beautiful dresses and do his hair up and put on all the makeup and would sing as this woman and was this globally known phenomenon who brought hope to people as this character called Yellow Dancer as the woman. And it was so amazing to me to see someone who would be like, wow, you can be a mech pilot, but then when you need to be, you can be soft and put this on and entertain and give everyone this beautiful sense of hope.
Exactly.
But it was always this thing that was always like, but they had to hide it. People couldn't find out. It was still very closeted. to the world at large. It was like it was basically the sort of secret, like Peter Parker's secret. They have to be in the closet. So having something like this where you're seeing this moment of extreme validation and the pain of being seen, where you're allowed to be seen, not just giving yourself up to a select few people and you're defiantly living your dream. You're just saying, I'm being normal and this is my normal and people are actually seeing me for where I am. This is taking that and updating it to where it needs to be now, because my generation needed a different thing to have that type of queer representation versus what queer representation looks like now. And sometimes, look, we joke about the whole elder queer thing, and I'll be the first person to say there's a lot of people from my generation or older who ate a lot of shit and did a lot of things to get us where we are, but their opinions haven't aged well with the times. And sometimes it can be really awkward around them because of that. And it's nice to see that this is still being embraced in the medium and is being updated to a form of acceptance that's still embracing just the emotional gut punch of going through that process of being seen.
Yeah, I watched that and it was such like it's something. The reason I like these things is that these are stories that have not been really explored as much.
They've not been explored this way. Yeah, and yeah. It's not being explored as, it's not being sexualized. It's not being treated as lowbrow humor. Like let's be honest. Gay men in Hollywood were a punchline. That was all the Police Academy movies. Oh, we wound up at the Blue Oyster Bar. Then lesbians were a punchline. Then trans people were a punchline. You're a punchline because then you are not scary. And I hate the fact that that's the course it takes. I'm really glad we're kind of beyond the point of punchline now for all these people. Because let me tell you, man, the kids are all right. I look at how fearless. I'm looking at you, Zoomers. I'm looking at you, Alphas. Y'all are fearless compared to what we had to deal with coming up. And it is kind of amazing to me. So know that I'm proud of you.
Yes.
I'm proud of you. Anyway, we were building a world before I got all serious here.
Yeah, I said you were really cool.
I like it. Also, Mochi's giving me biscuits on my lap, and my tracking just can't handle it because I can't understand that this cat's body is not a part of me.
So this is why I don't think I could do the webcam tracking, because Chili's favorite thing is randomly, she will vault herself up, run up onto the keyboard, and put her paws on my chest and put her face in my face, being like, hi, you've been looking at that computer for a minute. You need to make a big deal out of me now. Mama wants lovin'.
That's fine. You just get a little bit silly while it's going on, like how it's happening right now. And then eventually she'll settle, and then I will be free.
Yeah, right? Mm-hmm. Like, there's a good idea. Well, like, here's an interesting question. What does is family centered around a boat, around several boats? How do you marry into or out of families? Is this
Are boats considered generational?
Are boats considered generational? Like are you giving up part of your? Do you actually put a line of dye through your weave when you leave your family to join another? Is that how do you demark that? What does that look like when you change your roots to join another family?
Are there specific weave patterns?
I actually thought of this
that are considered family centric. Keep on.
So what they would do is they would stitch all of their tapestries together, and they would all have like a very specific section of their tapestries connected to these things. And the mother would be in the center, obviously, because like, whatever parental unit was there, whoever was raising these kids, that's going to be a significant part of their life, right? So naturally, as a result, it would splinter outwards. And then they would connect together like a little puzzle piece to make one grander image. So when they, it would be like only like a little corner in one child, but then another corner in a different child's. And then if they get connected to a different one, then they would just be added on to that original image.
So given
you can
how
literally find family trees in the tapestry,
which is awesome. Given the mobile nature of things, and the difficulty of this, and you don't want to have people fucking up the dynamic of your boat by trying to form relationships on your boat. And we can have our awkward cultural moment now. Do you think most relationships are actually prearranged by elders in the family to move you to other places to set you up for things? Because there's really not a lot of opportunities for organic things to grow, is there, when you're in a constantly mobile, dangerous environment, but you need to go and spread out the gene pool a little bit and get it to other boats. Not to mention making like treaties or trade agreements, or like, this is how we're going to be cool with one another. Do we think there's a lot of more arrangement of relationships here? Or is that only for a particular stratum of like captain society?
Do
we think this is okay? Where like basically one side is trying to, so essentially the eligible bachelors and bachelorettes who are like, I want to be pursued, are doing some sort of feat of daring or strength or cunning or what have you, and like swinging around on the ropes by their toes or what have you. And they're trying to be like, hey man, I'm peacocking real hard. Check out my shit. I went out fishing for like horrible sand crabs and I came back with it. I'm a good hunter. Look at me. I got a cool scar now.
Yeah. But it's very
like chuck the spear.
Very possible though that it could literally just be, I imagine the most common like contest / trial is literally just a race. Like all the bachelors race each other, and very often also race the person who is racing with them. And if they find, like, hypothetically, if the person who is being pursued, it could be a man or a woman in this case. Oh my goodness, Mochi Girl. She is purring so loud right now. Even if hypothetically they beat them, if they like their spunk, why not? Because
you know what?
Guts
Let's
is like
expand on
one of
this.
the most important things.
Let's expand on this a little bit. I like that. Let's take it a step further. So let's say that was the peacocking phase. Let's say they're at the point where it's like, hey man, part of your wedding ceremony is you two have to get in this small boat and navigate together successfully and prove you can make a good team.
That you can. Oh, I like that. Yeah.
You have to actually go out on your own for a preset time, do some stuff, and come back successfully and prove that, hey, if you two can survive with one another in this hostile environment, you work effectively with one another, it's not going to disrupt the larger boat, but at the same time, you come back and you still want to be around one another. Yeah. Like you're getting a practical exam here, right?
It could be like a designed boat that's like a rowboat, where like each person
it's
on each
intentionally
side.
crappy. You have like you both have to be like, well, like traditional 2-person sailing for like racing boats, because that's what I did. They were called lasers. One person had to be working the sails and reading the wind and communicating all back to the person who was working the rudder, who was steering it. But if you weren't in tune with one another,
I see.
You would concuss somebody when the boom swung back, the boat would flip over. Like teams that were not in sync with one another, it was very apparent. When you like the guy who was my main racing partner, we actually couldn't stand one another. Like the minute we got out of the boat, we didn't want to talk to one another. But in the boat, we had incredibly good synergy and we could work together. So we actually, so it's one of these things where it's like, you can discover some, like it might be one of those things where it's like, hey man, we need to discover certain types of relationships here. And that could be one of those things where it's like, you know what? We may not have a gay relationship, but we have the sort of relationship where the two of us work so well together. We understand how to work with each other. And it could be something which is not like marriage is not necessarily you settle down, procreate, and choose kids. A marriage could be, this is a partnership between people, whether that's any combination of people and whatever you will. But you can function together. That's, I think, the main thing in sort of societally. You have to function together in a small space and not be disruptive. So it's not like your buddy, who's your stoner buddy, he's useless. You can't survive with him in that boat. He's not getting on our bigger boat. But it's like, that's sort of the thing is like, this is how you sort of form relationships and vouch. And then it's a matter of, is this a partnership in terms of like someone who's going to work with us? Is this a friendship where like, nope, this is my lifelong companion. I will trust them with my very soul. Doesn't matter. There's You know what? I would say, how would you like? You would say, this is my person who I would trust to hold my weave for me when I step off the bow. I trust them enough for them to hold on to this for me. I can hand this to them in confidence. Versus like we're looking to actually enter into a building a family relationship, whatever that may look like. Because not for nothing, I feel like I feel like children are an interesting concept here because this is a very lethal environment.
Oh, yeah.
And there's probably a lot of adoption rights that would happen here, where not only are you adopting a child and taking on the responsibility of making sure they can survive in this environment, depending on how old they are, but depending on where they're at, they have to demonstrate their willingness to be part of society, or it's like, I'm sorry that you had this happen to you, but you have to prove that you can go on and survive this.
Yep, there's
and
probably a
prove that
lot
you're
of
more.
orphans.
And it's going to be, and it's probably
time.
harsher for them to like, they have to prove themselves twice over to really do the thing.
Yep.
There's probably
So,
quite
yeah.
a few, because you talked about like the mother being the center of the like this family tapestry thing. There might be a few of the like the opposite of like the father being it, not because the mother is bad, but because it's a single father.
Yeah,
It could also
literally,
be,
it's just whatever the parental unit was that raised them.
yeah, I feel like in anthropology that's called ego, right? Ego was the point you start from. So like it's okay if we start here. This is Ego's wife and Ego's 2 children, or this is Ego's husband and then Ego's daughter and then Ego's grandchild going down the line. You always start from a specific point. So depending on who was the primary force in the family, as it were, they're kind of like, because there's going to be that thing where some people are just like, hey man, some people are just their forces of nature in their family. You know what it is? There are people who generationally are they are the wind in the sail. Like that's sort of saying they're the spirit of the desert that brings the family together and keeps the boat moving. And sometimes when that person passes, you have to wait until like a new wind blows and takes over that role. You know?
You're the wind in my sail.
To be fair, I'm just literally hearing like, braid, bound together in my head now.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Braiding their weave together sounds like something for a wedding.
I feel like that would
literally
be
just
part of
wrote
it.
that
Like,
down, sewn together as a married couple.
but like if they're like part of their thing while they're out finding themselves doing this task on the boat is they have to also, in their downtime, they have to go and merge their 2 patterns together in a way that it will end up looking like you see where it starts as 2 separate things but becomes one thing at the bottom of it. Like that's part of their task, is on top of having to survive, manage the boat, do all this, they've got to do this too. It's not meant to be easy. It's meant to be hard, because this is a hard place and it's meant to challenge you. If you can do all this and be successful, cool, you're going to do great.
Yeah.
The other side of this, what would a funeral rite look like here?
Depends on
That would be their tapestry being sewn into the Great Wall.
What do we do with the
specific
body?
body. Yeah, that's what they're talking
Like if there is a body, like it wasn't eaten or lost to the desert or what have you, if there are physical remains, are the remains
They would
considered
probably
sacred?
send the boat out.
I would almost think that at that point they would say, like, you know what, the desert took what it wanted from them.
Mm-hmm.
We're going to give what is left to the bone weavers, so that way they
Oh,
can
yeah, I can see that.
let them they can let them keep serving the family.
True.
In some way. So like if there's something where it's like the point is like, their weave was recovered. If not, recovering the weave, if it's possible, would be an emphasis. If it is, then following what you wrote about, sewing it back in to sort of seal their weave. They've been sealed in now. But yeah, I feel like that would definitely be a part of it, of like, like if there's physical remains, well, reduce, reuse, recycle, that we're going to take this where it needs to be.
Yeah. Bone jewelry from family members might be part of that as well.
Oh yeah, I could definitely see bone jewelry being part of that. Bone beads, especially. Like, if you're passing down like beads or like, sort of, again, scrimshaw, like sort of artwork that was made from remains that it's no longer identifiable as like a human bone, but then it's like they might be told outsiders, oh no, that's my great grandfather. He successfully like navigated 5 times around the storm, and you know he died as he lived, you know, at the helm of his ship. And you know, they were able to preserve his right leg, and this is what the bone weaver's made of it. So we pass this down now. So everyone who pilots this boat has to wear those beads, you know, something like that.
Yeah.
No, Morphin, I never want to go and be like, I have to get credit for anything. All I'm doing is, so here's the thing. If you ever watch Dr. House, there's that whole thing about differential diagnosis where you just throw stuff at the wall. And this is what a good bullpen session looks like. It's not about, I don't want credit for anything. That's not where I'm at. My main thing is like, I just know that when you can have an environment where everyone is open to the idea of spitballing, and we can go, we like that idea was cool, but let's build on it further and do stuff like that. That's the sort of environment that I love to work in, because look, by myself, I'm useless. When you put me in an environment like this where it's like, hey, run with ideas, because Christy is the one who's giving us all the stimulus, and Wolf goes, think about this philosophical thing, and I go, cool. Here's about 1 million different things that I remember because I'm a miserable bastard who's watched far too many documentaries with ADHD, and it's all free reign in my brain. But then I can sort of pick and choose things and then say, what if we file the serial numbers off of it and make it something that isn't culturally specific and put it into a fantasy environment in a way that goes, oh, that kind of makes sense though. Is it reasonably feasible to exist in the real world? No, but it's just got enough of a bit of veneer on, like, it's what we call stage accurate in LARP, where it's like, if you're more than 10 feet away, yeah, I look like the real deal. If you're within 10 feet and you squint, I probably still look like the real deal. But that's the whole idea, is that it looks very realistic if I'm up on stage and you're 10 feet away in the audience. That I feel is the sort of golden medium of world building. Like, I don't need to have every question answered. I don't think you would ever want to have every question answered, because if you do, you've got nowhere left to build your story in the cracks.
Exactly.
Like Christy will tell you. That's the thing I kept telling Christy and Wolf and everyone else in BattleTech was, hey, I want to have a thing from BattleTech. I'm like, cool. Ignore all the stuff that was the main storyline. Find a planet that has no history written about it. Write whatever you want now.
Exactly.
Sorry, I had to go and sort of answer that one, because that's a big point, and it's important to I think lay that out in terms of like what world building looks like when it's just done in an open collaborative environment. Why it becomes so much stronger. You can have too many cooks in the kitchen, absolutely, but you know, at the end of the day, if Christy goes, man, 404, that idea sucks, and we go, okay, what if we do it this other way then? It's like,
yeah, exactly.
Because I'm not doing this to be like, I would hope and I would expect, because Christy and I have done this together before, like, we're good enough to trust one another to say, man, that doesn't vibe with what I'm trying to do.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, if I suddenly turned around and said, man, funeral rites should have necrophagia and they have to like grind up the teeth and eat them, they might go, that's a little weird. I don't know that I want to do that. You know?
I don't know.
Example.
Grinding teeth.
Example when I said the whole Druid win thing, Chrissy was like, no.
I mean, to be fair, it wasn't even that it was a no. It was more like it was a no in the context of an individual being able to have any impact on the force of nature that is the literal center of their universe.
Yeah, it would completely just ruin the entire point.
But Druid win thing, I think, works great. It's more just in context of the force of nature has to be the center of the universe. That's the black hole that they're sort of spinning around at a very specific distance, and they know it both provides, but it kills. But yeah. So we talked about funerals. We talked about that. We sort of got into the idea of medicine. Where are the borders and the specific places that they have their trade and contact with the outside world, or people who are looking to cross and they want to get ferried?
Meaning like who comes into this place?
Well, meaning like, okay, let's presume there are specific resources. Like we talked about how like there's opals or there's specific like, bushes or what, or maybe there's spices or something. But the point is there's certain things that only come from here. And there's things that obviously you can't get here. So there has to be a neutral point where they're able to meet people, or people can meet them. So there's an exchange of ideas and goods to sort of trade these things. Because obviously these, yeah.
I wouldn't be surprised if people want to buy the sand itself.
You know what? I could see that if there's qualities to the sand that's from like the deep desert closest to the storm, where if they're harvesting it right after the storm, they're getting like a very extremely
really
fine grit
thing. Yeah,
it's really charred, fine grit. Maybe there's some mystical qualities to it, but it's very dangerous because now you're literally playing behind the thing that will kill you.
Oh yeah, 100%. Like it's
very
probably
dangerous.
ludicrously expensive, and they're just like, that's stupid. That's a ripoff. Like you could just find them everywhere. It's like, God.
Not at this quality.
Yeah.
And the thing is, there's going to be there's probably going to be like some oddball magic user. Maybe it's being used for, honestly, who would probably want that? It wouldn't surprise me if it's like, this is used by this place for a very specific pigment, because mineral pigments are a big deal. Never discount pigmentation. So something that can make an actual genuine black, or make the best ink that can't be like fucked up with alcohol or something. So like maybe there's like, specific like libraries are trying to buy this, or like orders, because this is the stuff you want to go and write your manuscript with, or your magic book with, because it is the ink to manage that sort of thing, right?
Yeah, that would be very, yeah.
And suddenly this place becomes very valuable to a very select part of society, where now it's a valuable limited commodity for a high-paying limited audience. So it becomes very interesting that way. Whereas they might be like, hey man, you've got beef jerky? Fuck yeah, we really would love some different flavors of protein. You want our sand? Fucking morons. Sure, give us your meat for sand. These guys are idiots. Take them for all they're worth.
Mm-hmm. Yep, exactly.
But I could see things that would be like natural preservatives that would be extremely valuable to them. Things like salt and honey would probably be incredibly valuable to them. So because it's like getting things like salt, getting things like honey, long-term moisture sources, like sort of fruits that you can sort of like suck the moisture out of, but don't like dry out and desiccate over a long period of time. So like they would see something like a grape and not understand it. They're like, well, it's gonna go bad.
What the fuck is that? Why is it so soft?
Why is it full of water? This like would almost be like if you've ever eaten like a type of fruit that you weren't ready for the texture of it, like a lychee or something.
Oh yeah,
it explodes in your mouth.
And it's like, what the fuck? What is this? So, but like something like pomegranates, where it's like, oh, this has a hard leather shell on it, and we can crack this open like 3 weeks later and still full of juiciness. Oh, that's amazing. So like certain types of fruits would be fantastic for them, stuff like that, where they would love to trade for things like that, like, or citrus, where it's like it comes in a really dense wrapper and it stays juicy for a long time. So things like that seem like they would be extremely valuable for their long-term durability, but also like any type of dried meat, jerky. I think like Wolf mentioned the dry things like pemmican was what I was thinking, but he mentioned a different one. Wolf, you're still a he or are you a they these days? I wasn't sure.
What?
I didn't check your pronouns recently, and I'm not sure because I'm a little drunk.
He.
Thank you. Look, I want to go and double check rather than just be like going along and be like, I'm just going to keep nattering on, because usually I inclusive they everyone these days, but I didn't in that case, so I wanted to double check myself. Yeah, you mentioned some other sort of dried food, so like dry flatbreads or like fry breads or stuff like that. So like unleavened sort of like flatbreads I could see being a big thing. Like sort of like Ethiopian style things that you're sponging things up as you're going. Anything that can produce eggs on the regular that it doesn't require a lot of effort. I feel like they would not go for avian eggs. I feel like reptile eggs would be the way to go.
Yeah,
because reptile thing that could stay on the boat. Like you could have some sort of like iguanas or lizards that are just running around the boat, being perfectly happy, eating bugs or what have you. But you could have like a little sandbox in the back, and occasionally they lay eggs, and then like, oh yeah, great, we got fresh eggs. The iguanas laid some eggs this week.
Oh god, I'm just imagining like a fucking like giant fucking hummingbird, but they mosquito out your fucking insides.
Oh, you know what? Yeah, like actually bug eggs. Bug eggs would be totally a thing. Like the water, like if we had the sand striders, they're laying their eggs in the side of the boat, and they have to scrape them off occasionally, but
like,
they will only want. Oh boy, fresh bug eggs. These are the best.
Fresh yeah.
God, I love mating season.
Yeah, right? Seriously. Like we get fresh eggs. This is the best.
God. Have you ever dealt with love bugs?
Regrettably, yes. I've been in Florida when there has been love bug swarms, and it's atrocious.
Yeah. I was just thinking about like that, but just, like bigger with eggs.
I feel like that's like the thing is like there's probably different things that swarm. Like we said, like the jellyfish have their swarming breeding season. Because like when everything is going to be like the primary means of propagation in this environment for probably the what wildlife there is and plant life is going to be kind of swarming cloud based, right? It's just you release a lot of shit en masse into the storm, and some of it will get souped together. You just put enough of it out there that if we put about a giant cloud of this, enough of it will work. It's the same, like sort of like if you've ever seen videos of like coral propagating, if you've ever seen videos of how corn propagates, how corn basically requires wind and a giant massive cloud of corn pollen goes up, and all the corn within 5 square miles gets pollinated. Not because of like bees doing anything, they do help, but just that's how corn pollinates or certain grasses. So if there's like specific seasons and times when different things are actually doing that, that's like, oh no, this is an important cultural part of our year because that's where we're going to replenish a specific food supply source. Ugh. Yep.
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 Because they're thinking.
Like I could see if you've got boats and oh, you know what would be an interesting thing? Like maybe the way they're gathering moisture is they're using like morning wind traps to sort of like get all the moisture off the sails, what little there is to sort of get like just their little bit, and everyone gets like their cup of water. Like the sand striders are literally just like sucking dew off the sand.
It could be a job for some of the druidic type of people.
Oh yeah, that would be huge. Like literally part of their morning ritual is like before like in false dawn when there actually is any type of moisture, they're trying to gather as much as they can. And that's like a big job of like they're awake before everyone doing their damn best to gather moisture. You okay in there, hon?
Yes.
Oh, fair enough. There was a cabinet fight with Pan. There was a big old crash.
Oh, I see. I see.
Worst case, just put them on the table for now, and like you know, they can sit on the side. Joys of small living space.
Do I want to give them a specific name?
It's wild to me that probably the primary form of death out here is probably asphyxiation from the amount of dust in the air.
Oh yeah.
Oh god, people's voices, like the amount of dust that they breathe in, or like things.
Like check this out. This is what a haboob looks like when it's coming towards you. Like you can see that in real time in a video there. And that's not even one of the really nasty ones. That's a one in America that's relatively calm.
Oh yeah, no. That's just scary.
Yeah, right? Now imagine that, but it's like winds that are going at hurricane force and there's sand everywhere in it.
That's scary.
Yeah, it will strip things if you're not prepared.
Bye, Shock.
Hi, Shock.
You know what? Shock, that's an interesting thought. Like that actually could be something where people are developing very specific physical traits as they mature here because of the high iron content. Like their nails could be turning black from the amount of iron content. Like if you think about it, if it's something where like, because we get to say there's magic, one of the things that starts happening over time is that it's not unusual for people's nails and teeth to start developing this really black coloration to them, not because they're rotting, but because there's just that much iron in their system from all the magnetite in the sand.
That happens, that develops into your skin as well. You usually get like a bronze or like grayish palette to your skin because of iron being so packed in.
Like it's one of those things where just due to natural selection, these are the people whose bodies can tolerate that now.
Yeah.
I agree with everyone.
Hey, what's up?
Hey, I just finished doing a big writing session, so I guess my natural course of action was to go hang out in another writing session.
Hi.
Sorry, I'm like one glass of rum in, and I've been like spitballing all the ideas of like, how do we find all the nooks and crannies of a desert culture?
Yeah.
Sorry if I'm like steamrolling this on you, Christy.
No, I'm enjoying it. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm having fun.
Oh man, what else?
Shit.
What else can we talk about at this point? Because it's like we've talked about food, we've talked about relationships, we've talked about marriage rights, we've talked about death rights, we've talked about the sort of two big primary, I guess you would say, schools of sacred magic in terms of how they're approaching necromancy and druidism. We talked about evokers as being almost a form of heresy because of how dangerous fire is here in this environment.
Oh yeah.
I'm just sort of recanting in my brain if there's something I can think of. What would a holy day look like here?
Holy day?
The day after the storm.
Like what are the days that are considered most holy? Because like if there's storms every day, what's where it's like, oh, that was the big one. This is the big calm now. This is when we can have a serious feast or something. Like what is?
I think there
what
would
are considered
probably be like the equivalent of an aurora borealis, but instead in the desert.
I'm trying to think if there's like a specific sort of like lunar event or something
maybe
that
like because the crystals are charged, it like just lights the night with like it makes the desert its own sky.
Oh, you know what? Maybe this is okay. So like this is what's the word I want to say? Like a star sailing night where there's so much static crackling between the sands. It's like the stars, or you're sailing on the stars now.
Yeah, like it actually will like make your boat levitate.
Yeah, like it's at the point where it's like you're just like there's literally you can hear the snapping of electricity all around you, and there's lights everywhere below you from all the static in the sand as you're sailing at night from the agitation you're causing. And you'll actually be able to see a wake behind your boat from all the disturbed electrical things happening behind you. and that's like considered a very holy event where it's like, no, we have to watch this. Like, you bring all the kids out, like, you have to remember this. This is important. This is a blessing. Because like beautiful moments like that don't happen often in calmness.
Yeah.
Actually, what do you call it? I have a distinct memory of, I forgot which hurricane it was. It was like a Category 5 hurricane when I was younger, and all the power got knocked out in like the entire region that I was in. And me and my siblings walked outside of our house, and all the trees had fallen around our house, but not at our house, so all the roads were blocked. And it was the first time I got to see the stars unpolluted.
Yeah. It's I feel like that would be a big sort of yearly event of when you get to that point, post whatever the big storm season is at the end of winter. As we said, winter is when your worst storms are, so that's like your sort of post-winter calm moment of the star. You know winter is over when the stars are in the sand.
Oh, pretty.
The stars fall.
Like when the stars are in the sand, you know winter has ended.
It would look like the stars are falling, actually, because to them, you look up.
The horizon of it would be like you would be getting that shimmer going out, where it would be like literally the shimmer of like Static on Sand meeting, where there's stars in the sky, right, as a sort of horizon event. So, oh shit.
When the star falls. I love the little guy, Christy, the little fishing guy.
Oh yeah.
Oh man, that like I want to say that like you usually want to have. There's got to be at least a couple. Like you want at least 2 or 3 good big events. So like maybe there's that. Maybe there's a point that's right after the summer doldrums when you're getting the wind back. Maybe that's when all the peacocking and the sort of what would you call it? Like sort of old like tupping season. That's sort of like that's the season when you're trying to like do your thing, when the wind is starting to pick up again. Feeling your wind is like the equivalent of feeling your oats, right? You know, this is when people are gonna like get some shit going on.
But when are there large gatherings, Christy?
Well, that's a good question. Is there something that brings all the various peoples together for a big social event? For like political purposes of sort of like, this is the semi-annual, we all meet and we deal with our shit and then we separate again.
I imagine there's a giant hub just regardless.
Maybe that's like where there's
a giant dead scarab.
I was going to say, maybe that's where like the, your big basalt outcropping is, where like people only go there at that time of year to anchor up for the one time of year to sort of be on this mesa. Like it's basically a mesa that they fill up for like their month of whatever, do all their trading, their inter stuff. They sort out. They're like, hey man, I'm gonna do my cool shit to go and like get your sister to marry me this year, you know, whatever. That's like their sort of end. Like when summer is ending and the wind is coming back, everyone meets here to sort of like wait out until the wind is back. And that's their big trade hub at this anchored up mesa. That's kind of their space that really, if you're not one of them, you don't know how to get there because you probably can't do it and survive. But that's like the one big stable point, but it's considered a very sort of sacred neutral ground where all of the elders can kind of get together and sort of be like, hey, who's still alive? Who's been elevated because someone died? We have to catch up on current events with one another.
Where the tapestry is as well.
Yeah, like that's where like they bring all their stuff out of the holds of the boats and be like, okay, we need to work on weaving these things and do this. And it's a big part of the event to put all of them on and see how everything has changed and evolved over the year. And these are the new things that are coming. And then we separate out and some people go on different boats because maybe they've married in or married out or what have you. So that actually puts some context in for like the whole like sort of wedding challenge. It has to happen before this
because where everyone's present.
No, it has to happen before it because like they're doing that. Basically, they'll get kicked off the boat to do that and say you have to make it to the mesa on your own in your little
wedding challenge.
Whatever.
Yeah, I thought you meant like the initial race.
So like, well, you could have that start there and then go into the next year and like have it be like a long process.
They race to the mesa.
They race to the mesa, right? So it's like that way when they get there, everyone societally is there to witness it, and it's a big sort of like you survived your thing, you made it. Or, you know, you're there with other communities to be like, wow, we both lost children who wanted to come together and it didn't work out. So we can mourn together.
Yeah,
Yeah.
perfect.
So I think I like, yeah, that kind of works. It's kind of be at that sort of like transitionary period at the end of summer, or when summer's getting to those doldrums when there's low wind.
Christy, another image you could use. Do you remember Prince of Egypt, the movie?
No.
Don't? It's a great movie.
The animated one, or are we thinking of a different one?
You're
Oh,
thinking
wait,
of
Prince
the Ten
of
Commands.
Egypt. I thought. Oh, okay. Yeah, sorry. I thought. My brain went Prince of Persia. No.
They made a movie.
There's
out
a
of that?
song. There's Prince of Prince of Persia. They did make a movie out of that.
Oh goddamn!
But there's a song that takes place in the middle of the movie when Moses first leaves Egypt, where the elder of the place that he finds talks about being a part of a great tapestry, like a single thread.
I mean, I love that the high person here basically will be Joseph in his Technicolor Dreamcoat, because he's going to be wearing the massive tapestry of elderhood. So it's pretty tight. I dig it.
I will be right back.
For those of you who are too young, that's a reference to a very old musical, Joseph and the Technicolor Dreamcoat. But yes.
Okay. 404.
I don't know. What's up? I feel like we
Man.
kind of got a lot of highlights out of this one.
Oh, yeah. I'm probably going to keep getting at it, but I need to have a break, which means, everybody, I hope I made your night as much as you have made mine. Good night, my starlings. And let's raid... Who's online? Roy-Roo. Boone. Oh.
Who is online? Because I still have tons of friends who do this thing. Hey, Miss You.
Ow.
You know what? Can I make a suggestion, or is that untoward? Because
Sure,
I know you. This is a friend of mine, young trans person who's like been trying to sort of find their way in streaming.
Ah, yes. This is my favorite kind of person to raid. Give me their username.
I'm giving you their username because they're a buddy of mine from LARP, and they've been going through their thing and working on their stuff, but you know they're still looking at that big red 2 phase of streaming.
All right. I'm happy to give them a boost. Also, I
There
love
you
their
go.
fucking username. All right, everybody, treat them well. They sound like a lovely person, our exact kind of person that we love supporting in this house. You all have a wonderful night. I will see you tomorrow. Have a nice day.
So long, shitlords.
Feelings?
That was super fun. Thank you for letting me explore all the nooks and crannies of your new world.